Dude, hello and welcome. This is a stream, first of all. Secondly, 'tis of Final Fantasy XIV, the Gladiator and Paladin quest lines, from 1 to 60. And that MIDI was a Gladiator Kirby dramatic remix. Or something to that effect. So, the Gladiator questline, it's okay. The Paladin questline, though, is an infamous one. Not well liked. And, I mean, I played it. It ain't great. But it's funny, so here we are. Whoop. Sucro, stop doing that. Sucro. Sucro. Okay, fine. So, hello. Sucro's got a new haircut. And also, in the last couple of Final Fantasy XIV streams, I had switched back to DPS because I'd been defeated by Tanxiety, as they call it. Turns out I really like Paladin, and now I'm Paladin main. Whoops. So I'm a tank now. Weird how things happen, but happen they do. Oh, here's a question. Let's see. Should I do all of the Paladin and Gladiator quests like this? Vote now on your phones. Yes? Okay. One vote is all I need. Alright. Sometime I'm gonna have to find, like, more music that's appropriate for Sucro, because this song has been playing in her apartment non-stop since Noctis stopped by Eorzea, and I stole his car. Anyways, New Game Plus is a feature that I've never actually used, and I'd be willing to bet that it's a feature nobody in the world has used in order to play the Paladin questline again. Fancy menu, though. By the way, I'm gonna preemptively state that the Stormblood Paladin quests go back to the Gladiator storyline. So that's why we need to cover the Gladiator storyline. They're just like, you know what? Let's go backwards a bit. So we'll start with this. In Ul'dah, no form of entertainment is held in higher regard than the gladiatorial arts on display at the Colosseum, many of whose champions cut their teeth at the Gladiators Guild. Drawn to the blade and shield, you take up training under Guildmaster Mila, but soon you discover there's more to the Colosseum than meets the eye. Whoop. Okay, fine. You can't do New Game Plus inside of your apartment. I guess. Now we know. Let's try that again. I'm sure there's some explanation for that. Oh yeah, okay, there it is. Again, never used this feature. Ugh. New Game Plus mode. I thought it was going to teleport me straight to there or something. I also have no idea if it's going to make me unequip my job crystal, which would be funny. I feel like there's a good chance it might, because you might need to be a gladiator specifically instead of a paladin. At least one person, by the way, has cleared, or has almost cleared Palace of the Dead, I think it was, solo as a gladiator and not a paladin. So that's quite something. Oh, another option that I found in the menu, by the way, in case you get confused by what you notice in the game. I found a way to reduce the number of player models that are loaded to a minimum for my own sanity. And also, I mean, I guess it'll make the game run better. So if things seem suspiciously empty at any point, it's because of that. Anyways. The Gladiator starts in Ul'dah at the Gladiators Guild. If you choose a Gladiator at the start of the game, you start in Ul'dah. I'm gonna say that the Gladiator and Paladin quest lines are not canon to Sucro, and she just ended up swinging a sword around in some other way. But, you know. So here we have the Gladiators Guild. Yeah, says this guy. By the way, my shield is currently invisible. So if you're wondering where my shield is, that is also how that is answered. Yeah, a bit of a what if. I think it'd be cool if New Game Plus let you do the opening storylines for the other cities you didn't start in. But I don't think it does. Anyway. What do you mean? Oh, I have to speak to the receptionist first. Welcome to the Gladiators Guild, adventurer. Here our members train tirelessly with sword and shield so that their names might one day be writ in legend. Huh? Was that a flash of interest in your eyes? If you wish to study swordplay, know that admission to the guild is free of charge. Yup. I had you marked as a woman of action. I'm pleased to see that I was not wrong. Now, while you may be familiar with the deadly dance of battle, you are new to us and must begin at the beginning. If you would take your place in these hallowed halls, you must be willing and ready to undergo the most rigorous training. You must endure cuts and bruises beyond counting, and like as not far worse, like the Paladin questline. A daunting prospect, I concede, but there's no other way if you mean to take to the blood sands one day. And why wouldn't you? The Colosseum is only the most celebrated place of public entertainment in all of Ul'dah. Where else could a poor man amass a fortune so vast as to one day allow him to claim a seat on the syndicate? That's Raban, by the way. Ah, there's not an Ul'dan alive who isn't inspired by the rise of the self-made man. And there is no truer embodiment of that dream than the gladiator who wins riches and fame with his sword. Throughout its long and storied history, this guild has nurtured countless champions. Our training methods are second to none, and our members ever strive to develop new techniques. If you desire true glory, to fight and triumph midst the roar of 10,000 voices, then this is where you belong, adventurer. Think of it. Think of your legacy. And if your soul stirs, join us. Well. How is your soul feeling, Sucro? Stirred? Difficult to tell at the moment. What will it be? Will you rise above the masses and inscribe your name into legend, or will you resign yourself to mediocrity and die in obscurity? Is that a subtle Final Fantasy tactics? Surrender or die in obscurity? They should have said surrender yourself to mediocrity to really... Reward unobtainable in New Game Plus mode. So yeah, New Game Plus, you don't get any experience or anything of that sort. A decision you shan't regret. One moment, wait, make way for Sucro Funk. Fresh meat coming through. Now then, before your enrollment can be considered complete, you must present yourself to First Sword Mila. Seek her out and obtain her approval. I think I found her. Hello. I heard Lulutsu, so you're Sucro Funk. 'Tis a good, strong name. On behalf of the Gladiators Guild, allow me to welcome you. I'm Mila, Guildmaster here. So you wish to study our arts? I presume you have your reasons for choosing the sword over all other weapons. Perhaps you think it the easiest to learn. A sword is a simple weapon, but to wield a blade well is anything but simple. For every Colosseum champion to emerge from our ranks, there have been countless disappointments who failed to achieve greatness. Bear that in mind before you answer me, Sucro, for I do not ask this question lightly. Have you the strength to live by the sword and, if it be your fate, die by it? Have you the strength to live by the sword? I always love the little job prompts like this, or like they're like jump into the abyss, yes, no, and so on. Yup, I sure do. Then welcome, Gladiator, to your new home. Take this sword. There are many like it, but this one is yours now. Consider it a gift, if you like. Now wear it on your hip as I do, and show me you are ready to begin your training. This is when they give you your first sword, and you equip it, and all of your clothing falls off. And it does seem that I need to remove my job crystal. Oh, good. Thank you. It's important to get all the funny sunglasses moments. All right, then. Oh, no, my pants! There we go. So, okay, these are not how I had them arranged before. Or how to have they're not how I have them arranged on Paladin, at least. Now, let's see. I don't remember how I had them arranged on Paladin, and it won't be a big deal. I'll just deal with it. So obviously we have much reduced abilities without the Jobstone. These are over here for some reason. Let's see. I have this over here. This is... I'll just... You know, it doesn't matter. Maybe it'll confuse me later, but for now it's fine. Yeah, I do wish they would do that. Always put on tank stance. My first Gladius, First Sword Mila, wishes to gauge your aptitude for the sword. Heh, amazing what a difference a sword can make. Your expression, your posture, you're already brimming with confidence. Let's see if that confidence is warranted, shall we? Just outside the gates of Ul'dah, you'll find plenty of marmots, hornets, and shrews. Slay 3 of each and return here when finished. And use your sword, Sucro. I'm a gladiator and I aim to train you as one. Now go. You know what? Midi isn't around at this point of the story, so... farewell. So yeah, naturally, as a Realm Reborn job, the first thing you do is kill a handful of small creatures outside of the city that you start in. This is the same for all jobs, or all classes, I should say. And since we're level 60, this will go really quickly. Very Gladiator-like to run into the wilderness and destroy! Kill! Oh, I didn't need to kill that one. Oh, a turtle is here too. Yes! Kill! Okay. Oh, gotta kill shrews too. Don't forget those. I like how the New Game Plus covers up Boaster in the party. Bonk. 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 And so it was done. And now I'm just going to teleport back to Ul'dah for 200 gold because I am lazy in regards to walking in an MMO. And by gold, I mean gil, of course. What's gold? I need to remember to use the Aetherite as well. What's gold? This is the Guildsmith's Guild. Anyway, Welcome back, Sucro. I take it you've dispatched the beasts, and with ease. With every swing and thrust, you gain valuable experience. You must remember and reflect on each one if you are to recognize and eliminate the deficiencies in your technique. Your training under me shall continue once the haft sits so snugly in your hand that you cannot imagine holding aught else. Until then, Sucro. And then, the level 5 quest. Kicking the Hornet's Nest, First Sword Mila, which is to teach you the fundamentals of the gladiatorial arts. Ah, Sucro, I take it you and your sword have become better acquainted. Then I will now instruct you on another fundamental aspect of what it means to be a gladiator, commanding an opponent's attention. As gladiators, we are trained to engage enemies at close range, weathering their attacks as we deliver our own. However, there are times when we must do battle alongside allies whose talents are not the same as our own. In such a situation, your role is not to slay the enemy in front of you, but rather to defend the man beside you. You are a tank. Remember that. We do this by eliciting the enmity of our opponents through attacks and techniques designed to incite their hatred. You must learn to draw the enemy's attention to yourself and to trust in your stout constitution to endure. In so doing, you protect your weaker comrades who would otherwise perish. To help you better understand this, there's a task I would have you perform. It just so happens that Momoti of the Quicksand has requested our assistance. A gang of laments and marauders has paraded into town and begun harassing people outside her establishment. Men like these prey on the weak, but will turn and tail and flee at the first sign of defiance. You need not resort to violence. It will suffice to show them that you are not afraid of them, and will not tolerate their behavior. Seek out the Lomensons and make your presence known by bellowing, "Face me, marauder!" In this way, you will protect the people of Ul'dah as you would your allies in battle. If you say so. I'm just gonna turn off the log messages for emotes. Precisely. Bugger off! Can't you see I'm having a civilized conversation with this poxy whoreson? No, fight me. That's a very threatening gesture. What? You blaming me because his little shite shat his own pants? Well, bugger him and bugger you too. Walks away slowly. Fair enough. The hells you want? This don't concern you, so bugger off. Fight me. You know your friend there's a 12-damn cheat. Thinks he could charge us more because we're foreigners, but he'll get his own back, mark me words. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what the provoke move probably does. Though I cannot use it on these targets. Just turn around and walk away, Venture. Are you deaf? Get lost. Fight me. Oh, I just realized. Where is it? Oops, forgot that. Hell is your problem? Maybe she likes her men rough. What are you supposed to be, her bleeding lady in waiting? It don't matter, you've gone and spoiled the mood. Well, that guy's just the worst, so... Also, the corgis are helping me threaten these individuals. You got lots of nerve thinking you can talk to me like that. No, you fight me. Oh, come on now. He was disrespecting me proud sea wolf heritage. Fine, I'll leave the bastard be, but we ain't finished. Okay, bye. But there's one more. Oh. And who is this stately gentleman? 'Tis a rare day indeed I have the honor of speaking with such a fair maiden. A toast to a most fortuitous meeting, the first of many, I pray. Farmer. Me poxy arse, this is your best brew. I'd sooner drink a pint of me own piss than this swill. Alright. No fight me. Yeah. Who the hell do you think you're speaking to, maggot? I'm Farmer the Driven, and me bloody marauders been reaving so long mothers scare their children with tales about us. Don't believe me words, then let me axe do the talking. Yeah, I'm just threatening the other tank. Oh, this is lively, even for the quicksand. You two going to put on a show for us? What's this? Another goddamn fool? Show some respect when you talk to... Farmer the Driven, leader of a troop of bloody mummers or some such. I heard you the first time. Your voice carries quite well. Unless you want me to split your skull with me axe, you better... Uh-oh. That's a cool sword. That sword! It couldn't be frenzy, but only the sword annulled would... Bloody hells, it's you! Well, you know, I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? Begging your pardon, sir. The sunglasses. Why do they always do that? Looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to that Lamensin was quite brave of you, and quite foolish. I think I like you, Gladiator. Name's Aldous, and I'd buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then, but that hardly concerns you. These days, I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, a seeker of as-of-yet unknown experiences. Like that beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city. This wonderful desert jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay. Bye. Weird how Aldous is the only horny person in the quicksand when you're not on Balmung. Strange that. Oh yeah, Momodi. Okay. I swear, if I hadn't seen Aldous with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Sucro, do me a favor and don't tell Mila about meeting Aldous, alright? She doesn't need this sort of drama. Why? Well, let's just say some folk ain't good for one another. Intrigue. Drama. Etc. Oh. Stairs are for not Sucro. Sucro will jump. For the record, I'm glad that I didn't have to deal with Balmung quicksand. But that should be obvious if you know me at all. Anyway. I've already heard of your exploits at the quicksand, Sucro. You did well to send those marauders packing. I wish I could say we've heard the last of them. Alas, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants traveling through Scorpion Crossing. It seems words will not suffice after all. I want you to finish what you've begun, Sucro. Head to Western Thanalan and see that Performer the Driven and all those who've shared in his crimes never trouble the people of Ul'dah again. Also, hey, what's this ridiculous sword display, by the way? I guess these are like awards. Probably. Exactly. Okay, so this is, well... Wait, uses what? Uses what now? Did I just immediately forget something that happened and failed to understand context? Oh, the giant sword! Okay. Oh. Yeah, I did immediately forget something that I said. Oh yeah, unrelated to current ongoing... I did enough of PvP to have this ridiculous horse. This horse is allegedly made of corpses. But it looks more like it's made of swords to me. Anyway. They tore me from my saddle and took everything I owned. Bring my goods back to me, I beg of you. Okay. For the real Gladiator experience, we should be running everywhere. Oh no. Stuff like this gets funnier when it's not like... It's not like an encounter, so it's not level synced at all, so you just immediately kill everybody. Is it a single slash? I mean, that's 2 slashes with Fast Blade. Technically speaking. I mean, like... That's 2. If you want to be picky about it. Which I do, apparently. Also, I really like... For some reason, I really like using this short sword. Rather than, like, any of the more elaborate swords. Yeah, that's accurate. But I'm sure I can find more... Wait, now it's 3? Wow, everything just keeps escalating. I'm saying the same text box I said before. 12 bless you, adventurer. If it weren't for good women like you, I'd never leave home. Yeah, I've always liked simple designs for, like, armor, clothing, weapons, etc. more than elaborate ones. Most of the time. Yeah. If I do end up using any shields, they'll probably be pretty simple ones too. A lot of the shields and swords in this game get pretty ridiculous. I'm not entirely sure what the best example would be right away. But we can look at some of them on the market board later. Perhaps. Or now, even. I don't know why I went to this one when I probably could have gone elsewhere. Let's take a look at the market. Just for a second. Or not. No browsing while playing New Game Plus. 0 browsing. Sure. I mean, I've been working on the relic weapon, so I can show others. I can show that I have this sword, which is only a little elaborate. It's fine. Do I have anything else? Probably nothing that's not glamored. Well, alright. I accidentally equipped my soul somehow. Oh, because I put on the Paladin relic weapon, it probably automatically equipped it. Good, it is finished. And with that, this stage of your training is complete. This time, your enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponents you will face in the future. Regardless, I have faith that you'll do well. Master your sword and you shall master yourself. Now then, there will be work for you in days to come. Return to your training, Suzaku. We will speak again. Okay, time to do some training! Haha, woo! Okay. Training over. Ulda's most wanted. First Sword Mila requires your immediate assistance with a dangerous matter. You look well, Suzaku. I hope you're ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently, the victims of which were all Huron men. Based on the multiple spear wounds found upon the bodies of the deceased, we believe that Lancers are responsible for the crimes. Not only are these murders a blight upon our city, I fear it is only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I've just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking about in Stone's Throw. Considering the circumstances, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go to Stone's Throw, outside of the Gate of Nald, and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these Lancers before they strike again. Oh no, dang it, you can't just lance everybody. You're supposed to be, like, laying dead on the ground or whatever. That's what the Dragoon rotation is, I think. Yeah. We don't quite learn of affiliation until soon. Gutless Gladiator. Don't kill me, please! I'm not the one you want! Can I kill you with an auto attack? Yes. Eat shit. Okay. How you doing? Thank you, thank you! They appeared out of nowhere, asked me if I was Aldous at Spear Point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. What did I do to deserve this? No response. Guy walks away slowly. Yeah, that sounds right. I played Dragoon in, like, Heavensward era, so that sounds right. They have a little bit of competition for the, leaping off the arena now that Red Mage is in the game. Yeah, having no guts could be a problem. Though maybe preferable to having poor, badly functioning guts. There's a cat boy in a maid outfit doing squats, very serious like. Being observed by another. I like the models that the game chooses to load after I've set the model loading to minimum amount of players. I appreciate the choices that it's been making so far. Because they've also included someone named Advil Ibuprofen laying dead on the ground, which is a mood, if I do say so myself. Shoutouts to Advil Ibuprofen, the cat girl. So they were indeed the murderers we sought. But what brought Duskweight freelancers all the way from the Black Shroud? And why were they murdering Huron men with swords? First Sword! What is it? Lancers, First Sword, a gang of them hiding in the tunnels south of Blackbrush Station. It seems we're not rid of them yet. Suzaku, you might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thanaland and dispatch the last of these freelancers. Bruce, accompany Sucro. See that she doesn't die. Well, I can't keep the last from getting skewered, but I'll patch her up best I can. Sucro, defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all your enemies occupied. Make sure you command their full attention at all times. This is a tutorial. I am counting on you to keep those bastards away from me. Watch me back and I'll watch yours. You have your orders, Gladiators. Send those freelancers to the 7th gate. Yep, freelancers. See, they really don't have an affiliation, I guess. It's a good joke. Now, where are these? They're there. Forgot about that joke, to be honest. Now, this fight, if I remember correctly, is an instance level sync situation. So it'll be ever so marginally more difficult, but not enough to, like, matter. And my item level will still carry me. If I remember correctly, there is at least one Gladiator quest that's kind of difficult. Because you have to, like, do what it wants you to do or else you lose. Oh yeah, I can fly. Bruce the Big. He's large. Seems no one's home. Let's say we wait here and ambush him when they return. Okay. Wait. I want to stand in the shiny light with my sunglasses. Looking cool, Sucro. Looking weird reflection. Stop whistling. Stop this immediately. What can we do instead? That's good enough. Whoa. The reflection is very strange. Why is her face like this too? Just a complete horizontal line. The reflection makes it look like this is some sort of visual representation of dissociating. Anyways. Whoa. Okay. Oh yeah, you can select a difficulty for events that you've tried before. Oh yeah, the cool cat emote is perfect to use now. Although her hairstyle is no longer accurate in the emotes, but I don't know if I care enough. They're still good. Let's just do normal. Hooray! Bruce, no! The healer shouldn't rush forward. Get these bastards off me! If I die, you die! Not really, it's fine. Ah, bastards are actually making me break a sweat! Looks like someone's pissed in his peas porridge. Or something. Didn't quite catch all of that. Shield bash with no shield is just a very strange way to punch someone, by the way. Shield bash is also a really interesting ability that Paladin and Gladiator have, because it's like an on-demand stun that never goes on cooldown. It's just on the global cooldown. So it's interesting. Looks like we're done here. Let's head home, Sucro. I could use a drink. Okay, bye. Are other people... No, this person's actually level 11, so they're just doing the Gladiator quests like normal. I was gonna say, are other people doing New Game Plus or something? I wonder if there's any way to tell if someone is doing New Game Plus by looking at them. Probably not. Oh yeah, the line was, looks like someone's pissed in his peas porridge, which is a great alliterative thing to say, I suppose, if you want. Maid dress Catboy has finished doing squats and is now crafting. Always warm up before crafting. Shoutouts to the Catboy in the maid dress. May his crafting go well. Hi, I killed people. What's up? Congratulations on a job well done, Sucro. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. I must say, you've shown tremendous growth since you joined us 5 seconds ago. I wanted to ask you, Bruce believes the freelancers were out for a bounty. What's your opinion on this, Sucro? You can either say they're tracking Aldous, or that their motives died with them. Hey, that shield that another player is using is pretty good. That's the kind of simple shield design that I like. Looks very much like a shield you'd find in a From Software game that would block about, like, 70% of physical damage. And not all of it, and maybe it's a small shield. Now, I said they were tracking Aldous when I did this normally, because Sucro is all about honesty. But also, their motives died with them is such a wearing sunglasses thing to say. I see. Mayhap it's best that we put this sordid affair behind us. Still, I can't help but wonder. Their motives died with them. Sunglasses. There's a bunch of shields that look like... This person is named Horse Hushrooms. Shoutouts to them. There's a bunch of, There's a bunch of shields that look like From Software shields that block 70% of physical damage. I've said things about them before to people, I think. First Sword Mila wishes to assign you another task. That old familiar feeling. We're at level 15 out of 30 of Gladiator. Hail, Sucro. You come at a good time. I have another task I wish to assign you. The Immortal Flames and the Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining security at Camp Drybone, a vital outpost along the Royal Allegan Sunway. The Amal-Jah have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating significant disruption in trade. Ul'dah has a long troubled history with the Amal-Jah, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Sucro. I've already dispatched other gladiators to patrol the region, so I suggest you speak with one for more information. I need to have a soundboard so that I can have, like, the yeah and the guitar riff and a bunch of other goofy noises, probably. Soundboards are fun. I've also been considering playing around with voice filters. Not to, like, disguise my voice or anything, but just to add fun effects to it. Since I don't dislike my voice, but it just could be fun. Oh no, a tipped wagon. They've lost 700,000 pounds of bacon and 1 harmonica. And I can go inside of the wagon. This is my house now. Cool. Suzaku, stop doing that pose, actually. Can you just do, like, your regular idle? Dang it, you're whistling again. Always with the whistling. There we go. Nope, never mind. Look, I'm just easily amused. That'll work. That's fine. I'm just building a collection of random nonsense images. Let's continue. Get down! They're still here! Probably twice as many of them as normally would be there, since another person is also doing this quest. Oh, don't worry, sister, I'll be fine. Though maybe not when the first sword is done with me, eh? Go and tell her that the Abaljar are dead. Leave the merchant to me. Okay. As these are the low-level quests, they're not super interesting, of course. But they are worth going through, I believe. Wow, it's already almost been an hour. Time flies when this is happening, I guess. Oh hey, my retainers have completed adventures. Probably can't use the retainer bell while in New Game Plus. Or something. Yeah, exactly. I knew I was right to send you, Suzaku. You've done us proud. 7 hells, this place reeks of sweat! How do you expect a man to concentrate on his swordplay like this? Aldous! You remember me. How goes it, brother? Still waving your sword around like a feather duster? You... Good to see you too, Mila, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive? Where have you been all these years? Answer me! Me? Well, if you must know, I'm on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it, Aldous, this is serious. We all thought you were dead. And people walk in here as if nothing ever happened. Have you forgotten how you've dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. Oh, that's the Mila I remember. All fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face can still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Ah, don't pout, girl. I'm just having fun. But as you wish, I'll go. Suzaku, was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company, and I doubt anyone else here would be so kind. If these characters weren't going to be important again at level 70, I probably would skip to the, or at level 60 to 70, I probably would have skipped to the Paladin quests. For the record. Because I don't think there's anything, like... The Gladiator quests, like I said before, are okay. For the most part. The Paladin quests are the main attraction of the stream, once we get there. Aldous, you're looking, positively radiant, as they say? Seems like something might happen if I speak to you, sir. Hey, get a load of this guy. I love that there's a button specifically for making your character look at the camera, which on my keyboard is the pause key. I think this is client side too. Nobody else can see you do this. This seems like a useful button to have during this series of quests, especially the Paladin ones. Sound of battle occurring. Ah, you came! Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Mila. The Sword of Nald back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Sucro, you're good with a sword, that's plain to see. But more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. I'm a cat. As a former man of conviction, I can recognize a kindred spirit. Look at my cool sword. Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of a magnificent pair of swords that the drunken prodigy forged for Colosseum champions. The man who wielded her twin had eyes that burned like yours. I'm wearing sunglasses. Sucro, Screaming. The hells? Momodi's just like, oh, god damn it, not again. Aldous, Sword of Nald, we've come for your head. If you do that, then how the hell am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. In 1.0, that mug would have had about 10,000 times as many polygons. Well, ain't you a bunch of impatient, humorless fellas? Up for a bit of fun, Sucro. I'll lead, you follow. Sucro says nothing and continues wearing sunglasses. Alright, let's kill. Watch closely now, Sucro. I'll show you how a Colosseum champion fights. Is it by swinging a sword through a wall to hit people who are standing above me? Because that's what I'm doing. Also, there's something funny about having 4 targets named Nameless Attacker. I'm gonna be the champion. This is what champion do. Is that all you've got? Try to keep up, boys. I guess Aldous also doesn't use the sword. Now there's Stout Ambusher as well. And more nameless attackers over there. Those weaklings are all yours, Sucro. Okay. Wow. They really are weaklings. Boop. Bop-bop. Aye, that's the sort of sport I crave. Wow, Aldous used a skill that doesn't exist anymore. I just saw him use Flash. That's not real. Watch their eyes, Sucro, not their hands. That seems like bad advice. Oh, there's some over here too. Flash isn't real, Aldous. Stop using it. I forgot about that move. It was removed from the game. Music abruptly stops. Didn't think he'd go so far as to send a gang of sellswords into the quicksand in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Honestly, that would work better on Aldous if you want to kill him. But anyway, let's continue this another time, shall we? I need to find a new place to drink, one with more attractive company than this sorry lot. One with more detailed mugs. More polygons. Make the game run slower. Well. I think they should bring back the 10 million polygon flower plot as like a raid boss that you have to defeat. It doesn't have to animate or anything. It's just a raid boss for no reason. My apologies, Sucro. I meant to teach you a new technique earlier, but when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. He's just so infuriating. The shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need for ranged weaponry. Even if you don't actually have a shield, you can throw a fake one. A shield of light or something. Since we gladiators are primarily close-range fighters, the ability to draw the attention of distant enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field, Sucro. Nod. Oh good, they still have this part. They still have the little animations for learning action. That's nice to see. Anyways. I'm going to be right back. Remember, it's important to take hourly breaks to stretch and such, and take care of yourselves. Something I rarely do. But just do that. I'm doing that right now. Hello, I have returned. It is time to resume whatever we're doing. Greetings. The Face of Thal. First Sword Mila has an urgent task for you. Sucro, I'm glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded, and I need you to go and help him. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. Maybe even be a trap to lure more of us into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When he last contacted us by link pearl, he said he tried to seek shelter at the Coffer and Coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. Can do. Central Technoline. I feel like I'm seeing a surprising number of people running around and doing the Gladiator quest. Or at least running around in the Gladiator zone. Lots of potential paladins. I mean, it is one of two starting tanks. But I don't think a lot of people typically go for, well, tanks. Yeah. I don't know if it's happened to me for, like, every class. I'm noticing it especially now. And not so much like at other times. It'll be interesting to see if this trend carries over to when I get to, like, higher levels. Well, there's injured Gladiator. Sorry, I got distracted trying to figure out if my ears were bouncing very slightly during the sprint animation. Help! Help me! I can't feel my... Approximately 14 times more effective than a normal potion. Well, hold on a second. Potion restores up to 400% of HP, 200 points maximum. Max Potion restores up to 30% of HP, 2400 points maximum. Isn't that literally 14 times more potent? So this is just a max potion? Or am I just bad at math? Anyways. Thank you, sister. It all happened so fast. Over by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me nor why they left me alive, but I dare say the answer is out there. Surely someone saw something. Let's learn about what people have seen. How about you, Round Elf? Why do you look like Ilberd? Hello outside? I saw him stumble in when I left the bar to take a piss. He was alone as I recall. You say he's wounded? Thought he was just drunk. Like, hold on. Why do you look like Ilberd? Okay, you're not exactly Ilberd. You're just a little bit like Ilberd. Yeah. Jumping around like this makes me think that it would be fun to see Sucro doing sick tricks on a skateboard. I'm easily distracted. How about you, Etfled? Suspicious characters. Now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe. At first I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. I heard him say something about the wrong man in the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? That's actually very helpful. I wonder if I'm going to get ambushed here. Or if this is just a point where someone else was ambushed. It's the second one. Found a ring. You wanted to know about the affiliation of people? Well, it's time to learn. Perhaps. A bull robe? That sounds familiar. It was him, I'd swear it. Did you find anything else? Scorpion ring. A metal ring engraved with a scorpion, its tail poised, ready to strike. Picked this up by the tracks, eh? Might well have belonged to the bastard. Can't see I've seen its like before. Can't say. Might be his Wyman could tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's the bespectacled bloke who's always lounging around Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Show that ring to Wyman. He's sure to know something about it. I think the last time we spoke to Wyman was for the Hildebrand questline. I think I should have advertised that I would be wearing sunglasses through this whole thing. But I didn't know it at the time, I suppose. And yeah, Wyman. Wyman. There he is. Well now, if it ain't Sucro, everyone's favorite venturer. I hear you threw your lot in with the Gladiators. Questionable decision, given the events of recent days. But to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? I found a funny ring. Oi, put that away before someone sees it. Where in the seven hells you get one of those rings? What, you don't recognize the sigil? Goddamn fool. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards will be lurking within. Been a long time since Ul'dah's seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Alacran. Word is they've got connections to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and God knows who else. But you didn't hear that from me. I want no part of whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourselves into, understood? The Alacran? I think the Alacran come up somewhere else in the story of the game as well. But I don't remember for sure. I just feel like that's familiar. I forgot where the crystals were. Oh yeah. Can I learn about the weather? No. New Game Plus has no weather. No weather allowed. I need to keep an eye on the weather because I want to go beat up Fate Odin and get Zentetsuken for my sword collection that I'm going to eventually have. Probably. Honestly, it would be kind of fun to try and collect every single sword in the game, to me. I wish there was a way to display weapons in your house better. Or like, apartment. Maybe they'll add like a weapon display case or something at some point. It'll probably only be like 15 per estate though, so ah well. Hello! There's criminals happening. Oh, Sucro, I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our injured comrade? He was attacked by a member of the Alacran, or his attackers may be headed to the Silver Bazaar. Which one is more relevant? Both. I'm gonna say this one instead, this time. I think I said the other one. The Silver Bazaar? Then it must be the same gang of ruffians. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw moments ago. The gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. They're after a man with an enormous bounty on his head. People living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians. And the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them, Sucro. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate all in one fell swoop. A bit melodramatic if you ask me. Aldous, I told you to never come here again. I couldn't sit idly by while you charge into battle against an enemy you know nothing about, Mila. A responsible guildmaster would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Mila, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down like the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Mila. I've been fitting off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thanalan. Just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Oh, he does have a shield, I just noticed. Just stay here while you go off on your own, is that it? It's been 7 years since I let you leave, Aldous. 7 years! Do you have any idea at all what you put me through? Mila. I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard! Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out, we don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Mila, wait, there's something you need to know. Enough! Get out, get out! Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran, but do try not to let Sucro here come to harm while you're at it. Okay. By the way, I think Sucro's new hairstyle really works. It cost me 1,000,000 gil, so it better work. Darren Main is the name of this individual. Shoutouts to Darren Main. Heck yeah. Where are we going now? Silver Bazaar. Oh, that's over there. I see it. Something about just shouting out to random MMO players as I stream them is kind of fun. I guess I've decided to stop running everywhere for your realistic Gladiator quest action. I guess I'm just going to fly now. Eventually I should get one of the carbuncle mounts. Because Sucro loves carbuncle, and I love carbuncle. Everybody should love carbuncle. But also the carbuncle mounts are like $20. Yeah, I don't think it actually is a problem. I'm just kind of joking a little bit, I think. I don't even really know. Mila, you're looking very encounter. There you are, Sucro. Everyone's already in position. Are you prepared? I think it's funny how extremely obvious it is when there's fight happening. Stay focused. Choose your target and finish it. No. I will aggro every person. Yeah. That reminds me that I need to try Monk at some point. At least because their PvP limit break is a suplex. Mila's been yelling about what to target this whole time, and I have not been paying attention, sorry. I'm just like, haha, spin attack, go whir. Because it does. It goes whir. It goes whirl, at least. Which is the spin sound. Sword. Sword go kill. Ugh. I won. Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours. Yay, woo, haha, woo, yeah. Homesteadive. What? But why would you be? Leave him to us, First Sword. Here we go. No, stop. We're gonna do it. Oh no. Oh, Rainbow Robin. Here's a cat. It's not the cat. It's not Sucro, but she's also a cat, I guess. Let me. How, where, who, there it is. It's time to power up. Wham. Sound of powering up. Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the First Sword is made of stronger steel. Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. They sure make Zana seem important for like 1 second, but she isn't. Which is kind of a shame because she gets to do a cool punch and then leaves. What have you done, Leovold? First Sword, we must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. Oh, I never talked to this Chocobo Keep. What? I love to hire Chocobo Porters. Says the lady who's never hired a Chocobo Porter on this character. Actually, I did once, I think. Fairly recently. And that was only because in the Heavensward zones, before you have flight, it takes longer to get places. And it's more perilous to navigate, relatively speaking. I've been doing a fun trick to navigate a specific Heavensward zone because I don't know how to like descend cliffs without literally jumping off of them and taking 1,000 damage because I don't know where the roads are. So I've just been switching classes to a higher level one that won't aggro enemies and then leaping off of a cliff and then switching back. Because I am very good at problem solving. And we'll probably see that happen on this stream because we'll have to go there eventually. Give me a moment, Sucro. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. You knew all this? That Leovold had... Nod. Leovold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The twin swords of Naldal, they called us. Never lost a match, honored by the Bull of Alamigo himself. That was then and this is now. When I learned Leovold single-handedly transformed the Alakran from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanalan, I knew I had to return. Seems like a lifetime ago that the three of us used to train together in this hall. The Leovold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. What aren't you telling me, Aldous? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him, Mila. I promise. I wonder what his spiked bracelets are. I feel like those aren't obtainable. I don't think you can have spiked bracelets. Not that Supro would ever wear such a thing. Shoutouts to this person, Mayumi Kirigiri, and her hair and her black to pink hair gradient. Unholy ground. First Sword Mila has an important mission for you. Ah, Sucro, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. Yep, black to pink hair gradient. The magic words that summon you specifically. You can see her on the left there. As First Sword, my duty is not only to foster your growth as a gladiator, but to also protect you from dangers you are not yet ready to face. I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of the Alacran. Had he chosen to bear his steel at us, many and more of us would not have returned alive. I need to know why he's turned to a life of crime, and so I've ordered my best men to scour Thanalan for any trace of his whereabouts. It's kind of funny to just watch the NPCs train in the background in ways that don't seem helpful. I guess they're like practicing the use of their sword arm and form. Unfortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have strong suspicions that he has been taken prisoner by the Alacran, or worse. If there's any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alacran near the Hammers in western Thanalan. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. I've been far too reckless in recent days, and let too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, Sucro, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. Also, speaking of NPCs, there's also this person over here just fanning himself forever. And this person who's winded and saying they should have joined the Weaver's Guild. Also, Sucro is wearing a heavy woolen coat in Ul'dah and not caring, I guess. I've just realized. Her sunglasses keep her cool. Yeah, we're on the same page, I see. Everyone's on the same page here. Good. Getting closer to the end of the Gladiators section. I didn't think the Gladiator quest would take an hour and a half. Well, more than that. I don't know if I'll be able to do all of the Paladin quests today. I didn't account for how much time it would take to read dialogue, probably. Hammerly. Hammerlia? Hi? Cough hack. Dying noises. It's a trap, sister. Oh wow, they didn't die in one hit. My chocobo killed that one. Thanks, Boaster. That's some fine swordsmanship, Sucro. Mila, the first sword certainly knows how to pick 'em. After all these years, I can't quite bring myself to call her that. See, I still remember when her father first brought her to the guild, a wee lass who cried at the sight of naked steel. But to look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Not like she had much of a choice but to rise to the occasion, though, with all the trouble Aldous got into 7 years ago. Selfish bastard, he should never... enough of my rambling. I'll make my way back to Ul'dah after a short rest. You go on ahead and tell Mila that I'm fine. Thanks for the exposition, veteran gladiator number 5 or whatever. Sucro, let me explain the backstory of our guildmaster as I lie wounded on the ground. Everyone is always doing this, Sucro. We had to put it in here somewhere. Why am I flying around? This is a preview of the Paladin quests and how they deliver exposition. So get excited for that one. felt like a time for the power-up to go away. I don't have a standardized way of knowing how long that should last. So I just have to arbitrarily end it after a while. Of course, I don't think there's a cooldown on it, so... Suzaku, thank the gods you're alright. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild, and I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time off for yourself and return when you've recuperated. But before you go, speak with Lulutsu. I believe she has a message for you. Hey, what's up? Ah, Suzaku, the very gladiator I was seeking. Being closer, for I would not have the others hear my words. Aldous sends his regards and requests you meet him at the Lich Yard in Eastern Thanalan. Naturally, I have not divulged this information to the First Sword. As you may have gathered from their previous interactions, she's still rather upset with him and would likely forbid any further association. Quite understandable, since he was clearly being groomed to become the next guildmaster before that horrible scandal. Ah, they would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me. This is hardly an appropriate topic of conversation. Anyway, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear of any rendezvous from me. I feel like, hey, come meet me at the Lich Yard is never a good message to receive, no matter who it's from. I guess that's... I mean, like... They called it the Lich Yard. That doesn't sound like a great place to go. It is just the graveyard. So it's probably to deliver some relevant exposition, but, you know, still. Wow, this exposition looks like it has fighting in it. The Gladiator questline seems to have a lot of encounters relative to some of the other class quests, from what I remember. I like a woman who keeps me waiting. It nurtures the sense of anticipation. Yeah, okay, shut up. It's been 7 years since Mila's father was laid to rest here. He was mean and stubborn, an old goat through and through. But gods, when he danced with sword in hand, it was pure poetry in motion. Mila's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then, forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. Oh, okay, she is slightly important. And who might you be? Another of Leovold's lackeys? Master Leovold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience. Say what you will, I will not be swayed. She looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, I'm not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her, Suzaku? Nod. Draw sword. Sana Laiga. No pressure, but I'll be evaluating your performance. You would die for this scum? Very well. I don't... This ends now. I'm changing Xana's voice like every line. Read her movements, Suzaku. It's not exactly high literature. Oh, she's dead. Watch it, Suzaku. This kitten has claws. You run too fast. My dialogue. Suzaku. You've gotten stronger. Good. I'm glad Mila has a woman like you to rely upon. She's her father's daughter, leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman who lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Yeah, exactly. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel and keep her temper in check. Now more than ever. Stick by her. She needs you more than she knows. At least for one more quest. She needs you, Aldous. Head tilt. Haven't you listened to a word I said? She needs dependable people. In case you haven't noticed, I'm anything but. I'm only here because of unfinished business. When it's settled, there'll be no more reason left for me to stay. I owe it to our old man to put an end to this, to give him peace in Thal's realm by making that bastard Leovold finally answer for his crimes. Remember what I said, Suzaku. Now go, she's probably wondering where you are. Well, she told me to rest. She's probably expecting that I'm doing that. Well, I guess Zana is dead now, probably. I don't think she's relevant again. I think she just, like, gets introduced with the cool punch and then falls over. Carbuncle! I got distracted. Carbuncle! I got distracted. Carbuncle! There's so many of them. It's like they're a major class feature. That is true. Somebody posted a picture at me, or like at a room I was in Discord, of a bunch of carbuncles on a cat tree that I have to look at later because I'm streaming. But I got the gist of it, and it was good. Why are you staring at me like that, Suzaku? Is something the matter? You're behaving rather oddly. I'm a cat. I'm afraid I have no news regarding the Alakran's movements. I remain confident that we will find them soon. So keep your blade sharp. Bunkies. Sometimes I think of them as bunkles, because it's just a shortening of the name. But then it also sounds like they're someone's uncle, so I don't know about that. But I guess a carb uncle could also be like a diet-conscious uncle of some sort. First Sword Mila is extremely upset due to a recent turn of events. Damn it, all to the seventh hell, this is madness! Well, that was abrupt. It's Aldous. He's been arrested by the Brass Blades. They claim he was plotting to assassinate the Sultana. This is utter nonsense. He has no motive to do so. Whatever I've said about the man, he would never resort to using poison. Hey, does this sound familiar to anybody? Anyone? Ul'dah cops blame you for poisoning the Sultana? Anyone? Anybody? Anyone heard of this happening? It's fine. The Alakran must be behind this. They failed to kill him time and again, and now they're reaching out to the monetarist allies. I didn't want to believe Wyman when he said they had such influence, but... Wait, that's it. If anyone can help us unravel this plot, it's Wyman. He has a reputation for knowing things he shouldn't, after all. Find Wyman and see what he can tell us. Aldous is many things, but he's not a murderer. He only murders legally in combat. For spectator sport. I'm surprised that, like, nobody's constantly trying to kill Wyman. Like, Wyman just sits here in plain sight in Ul'dah, like, right next to the Aetheryte, and nobody's trying to murder him for knowing everything. I mean, maybe they are when we're not looking, but... I don't know. Maybe some of the things he also knows is secret combat techniques. Maybe in 7.0, Wyman will actually be a class trainer for something that he's just not demonstrated he can do yet. I was wondering when you might come along, Suzaku. Frankly, I'm surprised all this went so quietly. Now to know there's no walking away from this. What happened between Aldous and Leovold 7 years ago? Or, why would Aldous surrender himself? First one. You really don't know, do you? Best start at the beginning, then. Aldous is something of an enigma. He and Leovold were two of the greatest gladiators ever to grace the Blood Sands, but he threw all that hard-fought glory away for a few gil more. See, the average Ul'dah loves a good Colosseum fight, and what better way to make a gladiatorial spectacle than more entertaining than wagering on the outcome. So when it got out that Aldous was orchestrating a match fixing scheme of untold proportions, well, you can imagine the shock and anger the people felt. He was expelled from the Colosseum, and his wins were stricken from the record. Your guildmaster Mila got the worst of it, though. Not only was her friend exposed as a fraud, but around the same time her father fell ill and passed away. There was some oddity surrounding his death, too. It was rumored he took his own life out of shame for his disgraced pupil, or that he might have even been murdered by the man. Baseless conjecture, really, but it made Aldous look that much worse. In the end, Mila lost two of the most important men in her life and was forced to take charge of the guild alone. Leovold? He tried to go it solo on the Blood Sands, but it wasn't the same. Without Aldous, his career was finished. Now you know the nature of the man you so desperately want to save. Though judging from that look in your eyes behind those sunglasses, I gather you still have your reservations. Fine then. Then you can't blame me for doubting a man found in possession of Rhalgr's bile. It is a vital poison, rare and expensive too. Only the Corpse Brigade knows how to make it, I hear. Gods only know why they'd give it to Aldous. Go to their headquarters at the Sepulchre in Southern Thanalan and ask him to direct, I reckon. I have an aversion to direct confrontation personally, but you don't, do you? By the by, should you save the poor bastard's life, tell him we're even, and that I hope it was all worth it. Wow. The Brass Blades planted poison on someone to accuse them of trying to murder the Sultana. They have one trick, and it always works because they also have money. Could this be commentary of some kind? Who can say? Where are we going? Over here. Gladiator, that's correct. Though we are almost done with the Gladiator segment. Which is okay, because the Paladin segment is the real star of the show here. And by star of the show, I mean like... I don't know what I mean. It's bad though. It's not good. Maybe I'm hyping it up a bit, but wowie. How... I'll just fly around. I don't remember how to get out of this cave system. Oh, that's a fate. That's different. Hey, look, it's the Corpse Brigade. I guess it's probably inside here? Yeah, it is. There's a way in. Boss fight is happening. It's around here somewhere. There it is. I did it! I did that. I won the battle. Oh, it's over here. I'm not gonna pay attention to any of this. We just grab this receipt. Oh no! Unwanted attention. Rage of Helone is a really cool looking combo ender, and it gets upgraded into something else, which is a little bit sad to me. Not that the other one is bad or anything. Wow, it's the poison. I like the idea of Wrinkled Bill the Gunslinger. The Gunslinger. Gunslayer is probably an indie game that exists somewhere. Oh, that's a fate target. Oh, back to the guild, okay. Don't mind me, Fate Boss. That fate was called Adventures in Throat Slitting. Oh. You have to break the gun, you have to slay the gun. I see. God, it would be funny if this had, like, old Korean MMO style job progression of, like, a bajillion classes for each class. After you get to level 30 Gladiator, you have to choose between Paladin and Knight and Dark Knight and Warrior and Viking and Phalanx and Shield Master, etc., etc. Banjo class. They should add that to this game. I want Sucro to swing a banjo at somebody. Where have you been, Sucro? Aldous has been given over into the custody of this Sacrarium. They mean to execute him. We must do something. Oh, that Phalanx. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm just thinking of Phalanx in, like, the military terminology, because in Ogre Battle 64, they named a class Phalanx, even though it's not usually a single person. It's like a heavily armored Great Shield Spear character in that one. And I just think it's a cool word. Here is my evidence, wrinkled bill of sale. Details of dealings made between the Alacran and the Corpse Brigade for the purchase of a deadly poison known as Ralger's Bile. Hey, if I were one or more underground criminal organizations, I don't know if I would bother making receipts for my sale of deadly poison. Like, is that really a great idea? I mean, I guess if you have an accountant who just doesn't leave the bill of sale laying around or something, but, like, I feel like that's just deliberately making evidence of crime. Ralger's Bile, a terrible poison made famous when it was used to assassinate an Alamegan king. There's something vaguely strange about a poison being made famous when used to assassinate a specific person as well. This poison, is it... You've proof that the Alacran purchased it from the Corpse Brigade. Thank the gods, you've done it. Quickly, we must show this to the official presiding over his execution at Highbridge. Go now! This sort of armor that this Aura is wearing always looks kind of like a comfy sweater to me. The Actum. I'm sure it's just like a heavily padded sort of cloth armor that works decently for some purposes. Oh. That gives me a good idea, you mentioning that word. The Landsknecht, or however you say that. I wonder if it would be possible to make a glamour imitating that class from Etrian Odyssey. It could be worth considering. I think they call other things in this game Gambesons, and those are called Actons. Actons. By the way, I have no idea if I said that, I guess, German word correctly? So this is the part of the Gladiator questline that you can fail. Like, it's like, or rather, I'm sure you can fail all of them, but this is the one that I failed once because I didn't do it exactly correctly, probably. Wow, seems like stuff's happening over here too. Hey Aldous, how you doing? Landsknecht? Maybe. yet again an encounter. The Sacrarium has sentenced you to death for your crimes against the Sultanate. Have you any Huh? Who are you and what do you want? Look, I've got poison. Destroy me instead. Wait, no, I mean it's evidence. It doesn't feel like it's a great idea to run up to, like, people executing someone for a crime and be like, look at my poison! Yay! I mean, I guess even if you're presenting it as evidence, I feel like it'd be very easy for them to go, oh, you're also crime. Into the pit with you. Because the sort of people in this game who are prone to throwing people off of cliffs for crimes are not likely to think about evidence. These are bold accusations you make, adventurer. However, the Sacrarium has found the prisoner guilty in the eyes of gods and men, and he will be executed forthwith. Yep, see, they don't care. They don't give a shit. Because they're also being paid by the monetarists, probably. Don't waste your breath, Sucro. Those scales have always yielded to wealth above all else, and Leovold spent a fortune to secure my sentence. See? Silence, criminal. And you, what are you waiting for? Do it! Where did that... Aldous! Yeah, I have no idea what's with that situation. I don't know if they're gonna throw him into a canyon. They might behead him and then throw him into the canyon or something. Because this is a headsman. Just couldn't stay away, could you? Well, at least I don't have to steal the headsman's axe. Clever use of camera to animate cutting the ropes. Honestly clever, not joking. If the gods are to have blood this day, I'm afraid it won't be mine. Since you two are so devout, perhaps you'd be willing to offer yourselves in exchange? Mercy! Good line. Good one-liner. Oh no, it's the backup execution squad. Interfering with the law is a heinous crime. In fact, I believe it's punishable by death. That's true, they didn't say whose death. I had a feeling the spectacle would draw you here. I should have dealt with you myself from the start. Come, let's dance, brother. So it's to be a rematch? Very well, I accept. Mila and the others need you, Sucro. Leave him to me. There he goes. Oh, I didn't notice the question, does every region have a crime pit? That's a fantastic question. They need you up on the bridge, Sucro. I can think of at least 2 crime pits, if this one is actually used for that purpose. We got this, we got Witch Drop. Does the ocean count as a crime pit? Because Limsa Lominsa and Vilbrand and so on do have a lot of that available. And I assume pirates fall into the ocean regularly, usually as a result of criminal activity. So if we count... Yeah, Sucro's got the sunglasses on because I thought it would be funnier, mostly. So if we count the ocean as a crime pit, communal crime pit, maybe I can just like aggro everybody and it'll be fine. Ah! I don't know if the 12's has a crime pit available. And of course there are future regions Sucro's not yet reached. Deal with that mage quickly. What mage? Oh, that one. So I think I have to kind of listen to my instructions on this quest. At least a little bit. God, I'm not used to my button layout because it's not the Paladin one that I use. Yeah, my item level is making this less of a issue. Oh, okay, it's over. Fair enough. Aldous! Aldous! Parried. Destroyed. Yeah. You almost had me, Leovold. By the way, what's up with this sword this shield that has swords going through it? This is a shield type that you can use as a gladiator and paladin. And I don't know, like, maybe there's a purpose for this? This is a bladed lantern shield, I think. Spared swords, perhaps? I guess so. Alvin! Aldous and the Chipmunks. That's what they should have called this quest line, clearly. Stay back! I won't have your pity. You just had to have it all, didn't you? Just one victory, just one bloody match. No, that makes sense. That made sense. Don't worry. Your precious ego couldn't accept that. You ruined everything. Tell me, Aldous, how does it feel to lose your name, your legacy, everything you ever loved? I love Sucro's sunglasses peeking up over the railing because she's short. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Just look at her over there. Just like a little peek. She's a cat, you know. I want to know how much you suffered. Let it go, Leovold. It's over. Hey, you do have spare swords with that shield. You could just, like, draw one. Probably. Like hell's it is. I swear you will never know peace. Not in this life or the next. Leovold, no! I love the crime pit. Goodbye. You know damn well neither of us will see Thal's realm. Let's go. Our comrades are waiting. I don't know what sword Mila has either. Now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about swords. Just kidding, I'm always thinking about swords. Haha, okay. Well, I don't want to know about the current achievements in the area. If you're not always thinking about swords, are you really living the gladiator life? Or the paladin life? Or just life in general? You gotta think about swords every once in a while, because swords are neat. I mean, if you don't care too much for swords, I'm sure there's a weapon that you do think is cool. Axes, halberds... God. There's more than a single achievement in this area. This game has some really cool axes in it. And really cool swords. This person's name is Beelzebut. Okay. Interesting name. Zebut. Oh, that's the joke. I didn't get what the joke was. I'm glad you were there, Sucro. Without you, I doubt we could have defeated the Alacran. Have you ever considered the Colosseum? You'd make a wonderful attraction. Of course, you'd need a title that befits your prowess. I have a title, and it's I'm a Cat. Oh, Sledgehammer's also good. There's not a hammer class in this game yet. Unless you count some of the crafting ones or a handful of weapons for other classes. They could put a hammer user. I don't know what it would be. Hammers in Guild Wars 1 also good. Except for the one that you get when you type /bonus, and it looks like a rhino's head on a stick, and it's the best hammer that you'll see for like 5 years, because the bonus hammer, the bonus weapons are like endgame stat-wise, which granted you do get to the endgame stats in Guild Wars 1 pretty quickly, but still. Ah, Boomerang's also good. Yeah. They should have a boomerang. Well, I guess the chakrams that Dancer uses are kind of boomerang-ish. Now that it's all over, you'll be staying, won't you? No, Leovold may be dead, but the Alacran are far from finished. I'd rather not linger and give them a chance to regroup and seek revenge. Slicer's also great. They should bring Slicers back in PSO2 and GS. They should also bring back, like, single handguns, like a single handgun and saber combo, maybe. They should bring back, I mean, I guess they could bring back axes. I miss Phantasy Star Universe shotguns. We kind of have a shotgun button in that game, but it's not really a shotgun button. There's so many Phantasy Star weapons that I miss in the newer one. I could go on for a while, probably. But I can't think of any more, so I kind of ran out of going on for a while. It is a true tragedy that I cannot enjoy the company of Uldar's lovely ladies any longer, but I have faith that equally radiant beauties await me in distant lands. If I had a shield, I would smack Aldous in the head with it, but I only have my hand, so I'll just have to punch him in the skull instead. Aldous, Not another word, my dear. It's bad enough that the First Sword has permitted a disgraced gladiator to fraternize with her subordinates. Can you imagine the scandal if she became personally involved with the man? Nevertheless, I understand how you feel, Mila. I'm known to have this effect on the fairer sex. I should have let the headsman have his way with you. Then that way you might learn something of humility. Ah, but how am I supposed to remember the lesson without a head? Your father would be proud of you, Mila. Don't ever change. Ah, yes, there's one more thing I wanted to say before I go, Sucro. 7 years ago, before my last match on the Blood Sands, I was given an offer. A Sultan's ransom in exchange for a loss. Leovold begged and pleaded, but I just couldn't do it. Call it honor or pride or whatever you like. I made my choice, and in spite of all that came of it, to this day I have no regrets. It's a simple thing to know what's right. Listen to that heart of yours, and it will never lead you astray. Trust in your comrades, have faith in your skills, and you will triumph over any adversity. And with that, I bid you all farewell. Bye, Aldous. I'd better not have to wait 7 years to see that bastard again. There's still so much I want to... What in the seven hells are you all looking at? This is a training hall. Why aren't you all training right now? Huh. You think all it takes to stand in the Blood Sands is a sword and a stupid grin? No. It takes years of hard work, an ocean of blood and sweat, and an unbreakable will. Every man and woman here has the potential to become a champion, but it's you and you alone who decides your destiny. Nod. Nod. So answer me now, gladiators. Will you follow in the footsteps of your brothers and sisters and inscribe your names in legend? Aye! Wow, I forgot Sucro does the cheer emote, so you can hear her ridiculous cheer emote voice sample where her voice just like breaks. She's like, God. I can't even make that sound. You've completed the quest, Gladiator. Exiting New Game Plus mode. Let's hear that again. It sounds kind of like the voice is cracking in the middle of the woohoo. So that's the Gladiator quests. They are okay. And what do you have to say? You are yet welcome here, Sucro. Marshal Tarupin made it clear you were innocent of all charges. Oh, you have a story mode line of dialogue. Not that we needed to be told the truth. No student of mine would dare sully her blade with royal blood. How fair are you of late? The life of a gladiator is never easy, but I cannot complain. Certain members of the guild have achieved greater recognition in recent days, which has led to a surge of applicants. They're eager to learn, I'll grant them that. Yet they struggle to grasp the basics still. For example, the other day I was explaining the concept of eliciting an opponent's enmity. Surely you recall the lesson. It involves shouting at marauders. I never read this dialogue before. One recruit took forever and a day to understand that his words were not enough, and that he needed to motion to himself to achieve the full effect. Even now, I can't fathom why he struggled so. I feel like that's a subtle joke about players or something. What is a gladiator? Who are you, and what did you do with Sucro? Because I know she wouldn't be so daft that... hell's with it. Gladiators aspire to become masters of the sword, the most ubiquitous weapon in all of Eorzea. The sword is a deceptively simple weapon, which is why so many take it up to achieve their goals. Wealth, power, love, all seem within reach when duly armed. A gladiator, however, understands that to live by the sword is not a decision to be taken lightly. To walk upon the blood sands is to court death, and we must ever be prepared to enter Thal's realm. Yeah. I've never... Can you ask all the guildmasters what is A when you are already that? But when you stand triumphant in the Colosseum and hear the crowd chanting your name, you feel immortal. Of course, victory goes only to those willing to work for it. A gladiator must rigorously train not only to deliver fierce attacks, but also to weather them. Indeed, learning the shield is just as important as learning the sword. These defensive skills are especially important when fighting alongside allies. In battle, a gladiator is often relied upon to draw the enemy's attention while his weaker allies seize the opportunity to attack. Oh, that's good. Just to be clear, you are Sucro and not her twin sister, right? No, it's fine. Sucro doesn't have a twin sister. Important Sucro lore fact for you to know. Okay, before we go on to the Paladin Quest, the main star of the show. I would like to show what I was talking about earlier with how ridiculous some of the swords look. And shields. So let's go to the ye old market board. Gladiator arms, 90. First off, Sucro, put your clothes back on. That's not the close button. There it is. Chainsaw. Pizza cutter. This is a thing that you can get now. Now, I haven't gotten to Endwalker at all, so I don't fully appreciate the context of being able to get a steampunk pizza cutter sawtooth blade death machine. And this isn't what I meant by ridiculous, because this is just funny. But yeah. Let's see what other kinds of swords we got around here. Fancy swords with lots of like engravings and flowers and such. A wing, it seems. Yeah, that's probably a Monster Hunter sword, huh? The most ridiculous thing, the most over-designed set of things is this one, which I think is like an extreme primal from Shadowbringers. I'll call it a primal for the sake of avoiding any more details. But you can also get shield. I think this is the most over-designed... Oh, I don't have a save outfit on. I think this is the most over-designed set of weapons in the entire game. Probably. Like, look at this. When you zoom out far enough, can you even tell what's happening here? Circles. Oh, there's also like a mask here, kinda. Well, no, that's just... No, that's like a demon crossing arms kind of situation. If we turn off the particle effects. Yep, this is a demon with blade elbows crossing arms on the back of his shield. That's normal. I will say, without the augmented, like, particle effects and stuff, the sword does look a little bit Phantasy Star, and I kind of like it. But once this happens, it's just a bit much. Let's see, what else we got? Oh yeah, it's totally Necron from Final Fantasy IX. Definitely. You can have a pickaxe. I kind of wish you could dye these weapons so they weren't always this green color. Not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just not Sucro's color. And the matching shield. Which seems to have a cannon in it, or something. Some kind of barrel. Let's focus on the swords for now. So you got like a pickaxe. That's kind of neat. That's not a ridiculous one. I don't think Sucro would wield this. Let's see what else we got. Maybe. There's these blue spirit weapons, which are just kind of crystalline. That's kind of interesting. I was supposed to be showing the ridiculous ones. Susano's Rapturous Longsword. So, a lot of primals and primal adjacent things have a lot of particle effects on their equipment. Though you can sometimes get less particle effect versions of the equipment, which I actually like more a lot of the time. This isn't too bad. This sword I think is kind of neat. This is one you can dye. I wish it would default to having all of my clothes on. But you can dye this one. I was trying to figure out which sword is the most carbuncle. And this was the first one I thought of. If you dye it like a blue color. A crisp Gladius. What else we got? Shinryu's Ephemeral Longsword. Spoilers for the names of future things. This looks like a gun. This doesn't look like a sword. Now we're getting somewhere. We've got like... I'm pretty sure those are readable characters floating around it in that ring. Like you could translate that roughly to the Eorzean alphabet. Or like use the Eorzean alphabet to roughly translate that into something. Yeah, this could also be a Monster Hunter. Tsukiyomi's Moonlit Greatsword. Or Longsword. It's alright, I guess. I don't like Tsukiyomi. But we'll get into that when I get to Stormblood. Boy howdy, we sure will. I hope you like me giving a character the Hotel Mario voice because of how much I disliked her. We've got Suzaku's Flame-Kissed Longsword. Yeah, I'll just say right now for any Final Fantasy XIV knowers, Yatsuyu, or Yatsuyo, or whatever, is my least favorite character in the entire game, and she makes me very uncomfortable, and I think nothing justifies her presentation. I think she's just there because people were horny, and people just like her because they were horny, and that's it. That's my biased and bitter viewpoint, but let's move on. So this is the Flame-Kissed Longsword. You can get a version without the fire and feathers, which is pretty cool looking. The fire and feathers are also okay, but like, you know, the feathers make it more difficult to match this to any kind of theme, I think. Seryu's Sanctified Longsword. This is also one that's cool without the effects. The effects are less troublesome on this one, but I do like this sword. You can sort of see a version without the effects if it's sheathed, or for like the 1 second before the particles turn on. But I like this sword. This could be sort of carbuncle-ish, if you got the less particle version. Now, Byakko. I don't know what's the deal with Byakko's particle effects, because they're quite much. I mean, it's like cool ink swirls and stuff, but why are they all over the place like this? There's also some lightning. Byakko? What are you doing? The shield also has all these particle effects. But I do really like the shield design without them, because it's like a weird mirrored thing. Byakko's covered in angry. Yeah, that probably sounds accurate. I do really like the base model of that shield. Actually, I would say like most of like the four, I don't know what they're called, I forget. I don't remember what you call the collective group of Suzaku, Seiryo, Byakko, Shinryu. Is it Shinryu in that group? Whatever. I don't remember what you call them. But I like a lot of their equipment, except for the particle effects. Auspices. Is that how you say that? Auspice? Probably? Anyway. Let's see. There's a lot of real basic, simple, nice swords in this game. In addition to the ridiculous ones, like this heavy metal longsword. Like, this is a nice, clean design to me. It's got a little bit of gildedness and like ornamentation, but not too much. And it's not like a ridiculous size or shape. I like it. I like that kind of sword. Now, this one though. What? I'll say we have seen the primal this belongs to, because we did meet Bismarck briefly. But the Bismarck equipment is ridiculous to me. Like, this looks like this looks like a skateboard or like a hoverboard that's bleeding bubbles everywhere. A paddle could also work. I just didn't want to. Oh, I just noticed the hilt. It's got like the whale fins and like this is actually kind of whale-shaped if you look at it. Because you got like the body and like fins here and fins there, tail fins. Okay, now that I've realized that it's like whale-esque, I appreciate it a little bit more. I think I just didn't want to say the word paddle because I don't like paddles as a concept, apparently. Anyway, Dead Hive Shamshir. Now, these are this is a class of things with ping pong paddle, maybe. Usually those are less large. This is a class of weapons with particle effects that aren't too extreme, though again, the butterflies do make it a bit difficult to thematically meld with things. Though, also again, there are less particle versions of these things. And like this Primal's weapons are pretty cool generally. Ah, like an ore. Or that makes more sense too. Yeah. Sword of the Round. The particle effects on this just look like someone got excited about lens flares, which I mean, like, I can relate. I think it's funny to put lens flares on things, but it's a bit much, I would say. Lens flares are funny. I think you can get an unparticle version of the round weapons. That might be neat. Blade of the Fiend. Now, this set of weapons, they all have this like chonky sheath that deploys when you unsheath it. They de-chonk to reveal the blade within. Sometimes they like become extra chonk depending on what weapon it is, I think. Like, hold on, where is... Now, I'm only level 12 Pugilist, but we can do this anyway. I think this one is funny. Okay, no, I'm thinking of a different one. But, by the way, some of the Pugilist weapons are just gloves. Like, you don't... And they sort of, like, deploy extra punching. But there's one that does it, like, even more so. Also, actually, this idle stance with the sunglasses is very good. She's just grooving. She's just having a good time. The gun from this set is the cylinder? Well, that's worth looking at. Fire of the Fiend. Yep, that's certainly pretty cylindrical. In some cases, I feel like these weapons would be more effective if you just bashed someone with this chunk of metal. But anyway, gotten distracted from swords. Blade of the Goddess. Honestly, the Goddess weapons, not bad. Even with the particle effects. Too fancy for Sucro, but pretty good. What's the Goddess shield? It's a shield. For some reason, my brain parsed it as like a door for a second. Okay, I do think the particle effects with the sunglasses is a good combination. It's like a good joke. Like, I have to wear these sunglasses to protect my eyes from how shiny my equipment is. Should look at some of the other shields as well. Also very shiny. Pretty cool. Whale. And also there's Shield of the Demon. And Sword of the Demon, probably. Blade of the Demon. These have fire and ice at the same time. Yeah, Seeing Horde. Was there a Seeing Horde shield? Yes. These have an ominous aura of darkness. Honestly, these ones aren't too bad. Definitely not Sucro flavored, but Sucro would never use the power of darkness against her enemies. Cough. What else we got? First, we've got the older Primal Weapons for people we have seen already. Ramu. Not every old Primal has a weapon. Ifrit. There is no Titan Sword, only a shield. Which is sad to me, because Titan weapons are funny. Garuda. Moggle. There's also, like, these replica Allagan weapons give you a good example of how crazy the technology-oriented ones can be sometimes. Quite elaborate and strange looking. Though this one's kind of alright. Especially because, Sucro, put your clothes on, please. Especially because you can dye this one. So this is one thing I was thinking of for Carbuncle as well. It also has like a little red spot on the hilt. But it looks kind of like a tail, maybe? And then, obviously you can't see most of the swords in the game through the market board. But also, shoutouts to the Carnage Sword, which is a level 20 sword that is for some reason called the Carnage Sword, and is also for some reason a very nice purple color. But it's just like a regular sword you can buy from anybody. I don't know why. Let's take a look at some extra shields before we get on with it. Not bad. Now this absolutely feels like a Monster Hunter shield to me. Certainly is a shield. What does this look like underneath all the sparkling? It's a shield. That's not bad. It's like a little buckler with some ornamentation on it. I'm afraid I don't get that joke, Samantha. But I appreciate it all the same. We looked at all of these. Remove gets a sword and a shield for some reason. Here's the funny Titan one, because it's just a rock. For the most part. Oh yeah, the Woots set is pretty good. Honestly, not a bad one here. It's an interesting one. Here's one of the bladed lantern shields for if you need extra swords in your shield. Here's a scorpion shield, which, given that we just dealt with the Alacran, is probably not the greatest symbol to wear as a gladiator. Oh, and there's also a special free company shield that you can put your emblem on. But the Woot's sword and shield is pretty neat too. It's got this little flickery tech look to it. Yeah, not bad. Anyways, that was the let's look at swords part of the stream. Let's also see what funny items have been brought here by my squad of level 90 summoner retainers. Wow, a peach. Oh, I didn't know it made a sound. That's cool. Whoops, I forgot to actually check what you gave me. Oh, adventure coffer. I've been getting a lot of those recently. Yeah, Woots is also a good thing for them to be called. The last earring of Fending. Cool, level 90 earring for my current role of choice. I still think it's really weird how I've become a tank main. Anyways, we need to put our soul back on. Boop. Then that. I wear sunglasses at night because I'm a cat. Right. Is everyone ready? Because it's time for Paladin Part One. For the first time in their history, the Sultan's sworn elite of Ul'dah have elected to share the secret skills and training of paladins with the public. In proving your worth to undertake their training, you encounter a rogue paladin who's besmirched the honor of this once proud brotherhood. Genlin's captain of the Sultan's Sworn asks that you marshal your resources and hone your skills that you might one day help to bring this traitor to justice. Well, now I don't know if you've all heard about it, but people often say that the Paladin quests in Realm Reborn and Heavensward are really bad. And I would say, perhaps, that they're not wrong to say that. They're not great, but I think it's worth showing them and talking about them. Partly because when things are really bad, I think it's funny. And partly because everyone needs to see the full context of these quests. And yeah, you could say that too, I'm sure. You get called a free paladin in these quests. Oh, I have to go back to the Gladiators Guild. I'm not here yet. That makes sense. I feel like I should also send out a tweet saying that we are at the Paladin section of the game. Probably accompanied by a funny picture of Suzaku wearing sunglasses that I have been helpfully sent on Discord. Assuming I'm allowed to save this image. Thank you, Windows Explorer. So one moment. I feel like my computer is getting slower lately. To be fair, I guess I'm trying to do a bunch at once. Sure didn't load the picture that I'm trying to find in my pictures folder, which has a billion things in it. I should probably sort it more too. How to try and advertise myself more by tweeting about parts of the stream that I got. Boop. Yeah. Crystal Braves do be like that. Actually, there's still a Crystal Braves NPC in Mordona that I can talk to, and he's like, how dare you show your face here? But then he doesn't do anything about it, so it's fine. So I have to remove my soul again in order to talk to the receptionist because I'm not supposed to have my soul yet. Suzaku, put your pants back on. I don't like how your equipment falls off. Anyway, Paladin's Pledge. Lutsu wishes to share with you some exciting news. For the record, Suzaku does not remove her clothing by her own will. It just falls off because of crystal shenanigans. Oh, there you are, Suzaku. Perfect timing. I've just heard a juicy bit of gossip that I know you're going to be interested in. Apparently, and remember you heard this first from me, the Sultan Sworn Elite are sharing the secret skills and training of paladins. Incredible, I know. The Sultan Sworn have an exclusive monopoly on the instruction of paladin skills. Once upon a time, if you weren't one of those officer track elites, then you had no chance to learn the arts. And competition to get to the top was very fierce indeed, let me tell you. But anyone who joined had to swear an oath of fealty to the Ul'dan Sultanate, which meant no more adventuring, no more daring do, and no more Colosseum. Just languishing about in the palace all day, polishing plate mail. That's why this news is so big. Now anyone with a bit of commitment can learn the skills of a paladin, and no memorizing the 55 commandments of the Sworn or any other nonsense either. This is a golden, no, a platinum opportunity. It comes but once in a lucky adventurer's lifetime. Let this slip through your fingers, and regret will be your just desserts. You need to go to the Royal Promenade in the Husting Strip. Find the captain of the Sultan Sworn Elite, Genlins is his name, and tell him how you're just dying to become a paladin. I hope everyone's prepared for what's to come. It's paladin time. That was the wrong teleport point by a mile. My brain already was disabled before was turned off, was deactivated. Any of those words. Before I even actually got to the Paladin Quest. Ah, the Awu has been redeemed. Awu. It would technically also, now that I'm thinking about the words that I'm accidentally saying, it would technically be accurate to say that my brain was disabled because of my mental health conditions that I have. Anyway, Genlands. Yes, I'm Genlans, member of the Sultan's Sworn Elite and servant to the Ul'dan Sultanate. Unless my instincts deceive me, you've come to inquire about training as a paladin. If so, I would have your name, good woman. I am Sucro. I am a cat. Sucro? A fine name. I bid you welcome, and salute your noble resolve. But if you aspire to paladinhood, you should understand what it means. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. Wait, did I actually awoo? Or did I just say awoo's been redeemed and then immediately forget? Awoo! Bonus. Sellswords and gladiators and others of their ilk wield their blades for themselves, but a paladin serves the greater good. Do you understand me? Yeah, I did, so you get a bonus. The battle arts the paladin learns have been held secret, nurtured and perfected within the ranks of the Sultan's Sworn Elite for nigh on these 600 years. I should add another channel point reward to make me meow into the microphone. Because I can make silly cat noises pretty well. Of all those sworn to protect the Sultanate, the soldiers, the mounted guards, and the knights, we are the elite of the elite. Our conviction unwavering, our hearts true, our sword skills without peer. But the glory of the Sultan's Sworn, well, much of it is buried in the past now. Our brotherhood grows smaller by the year. We are a shadow of what we once were, and the Sultana turns to sellswords to defend her palace. All this because of one traitor. No, because of a blot of dishonor left by one who shall not be named. And because of him, we've been forced to seek the help of able-bodied adventurers. And here you are. We shall instruct you in the paladin military arts. You will not be inducted into the Sultan's Sworn, but serve as a free paladin. However, first you must show us that both your sword and heart have metal, and you're worthy of the honor. In the ruins to the south of Little Alamigo, you will find an iron brazier. Light it, and the undead nearby will be drawn to the flame. Slay these monsters and give their hearts to the fire. Return and present to me their ashes as proof of your deed. Now, would-be paladin, show me the metal in your heart and the steel in your blade. The steel isn't really in the blade, it's just kind of is the... Never mind. So welcome to the Paladin quests. You may notice a pattern of Genlin delivering about 3 paragraphs of exposition and then telling me to light a torch and kill random enemies. And that's probably... That's the Realm Reborn Paladin quest in a nutshell. Spoilers. Perhaps I should have chosen a less elaborate voice for the guy who spends forever speaking. Or perhaps not. Who knows? I do have buff drops on hand. I'm poking the torch. Poking it. Oh no, it's the zombies. Wow, I did 666 to a zombie. That doesn't mean anything. I did... That's not the key item I was looking at. That's the Relic Quest book, number 6. The Relic Quests take a while. It's fire. If you are in this place searching for the undead, then you must be a petitioner seeking to learn the secrets of the Paladin arts. But make no mistake, simply learning Paladin swordplay does not make you a Paladin. Nor does the armor you wear or the status you claim. I am just another aging free paladin, which we've only just established don't really exist until now. Never mind, you would do well to heed my counsel. Strike off the shackles that bind your spirit, lift the visor that blinds, and find the true path of the paladin. Okay, I'm a cat. Here, you will be returning to the captain, yes? And give him this crystal. Nod, nod. The way you use that sword reminds me of a man I used to know. Mine eyes may be old, but they can see the truth well enough. Be a paladin strong and true. Devote yourself to the way and become a beacon of light. Bye. Bye. I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm gonna need one of those cough drops, I think. I gotta get used to speaking in silly voices more often. I ain't practicing it. Because I can't stream that often, or haven't been able to. Anyway, back to Genlands. Welcome to the gameplay loop of the Paladin Quest line. Exposition followed by occult action. Occult action should be a genre, I think. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you like my voices. I can't believe it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes and we're only just starting Paladin Part A. Or Part 1. Face the undead monsters who infest the ruins south of Little Alamigo in southern Thanalan. Defeat them and return with proof of your deed. Okay, here's some remains! Yes, that's what I needed. Proof that you've defeated the undead. You've shown that your heart is true and your sword has metal. I've no doubt that you'll prove to be an attentive pupil. That is well, for there's much to learn. First and foremost is this. You are a paladin now, a custodian of traditions ancient and noble. Even though he's already said that we're not really having to do that part. A free paladin has no master. Instead, she travels all lands, and in every place takes up the cause of the unarmed and defenseless. You swear fealty not to a lord, but to yourself. You are nobility amongst adventurers. You've taken your first steps on a new path, and you've earned the right to bear this, the soul of the paladin. Upon its surface are carved the deeds of paladins of eras past. She who bears it commands the respect of all knights of honor. Bahamut's Fang, you already possess a crystal? And you say it was given to you by an unknown free paladin who told you to hand it to me? Yes. Where is this crystal of which you speak? I demand you show it to me at once. Strange yet beautiful runes have been carved upon the surface of this otherwise normal-looking crystal. Curse him, he's made a mockery of the trial. The crystal you bear is indeed the soul of the paladin, but it's disgraced, impure. It was stolen from the Sultan Sword. The man who gave you the soul is the very traitor whom I've been seeking these many moons. I said that really weird, but that's fine. He's an oathbreaker who bent the knee to the Uldan Sultanate and swore allegiance to the Sultan Sworn, but then single-handedly sullied our name and trampled it underfoot until it was lost, perhaps forever. How dare he give counsel on honor, on the Paladin way? His soul is polluted and I must dispose of it. When you come to wield your sword as a paladin, the only soul you may wear is that which is bestowed by a captain of the Sultan Sworn. That traitor is no Sultan Sworn, still less a captain. By giving you a soul, he insulted not only the Brotherhood, but you too. Perhaps an adventurer like yourself finds our rules nothing more than a nuisance. But through reigns long and short, our forebears and the Sultan Sworn have preserved its rituals and traditions, and we are duty-bound to uphold them, even if men and women within our own ranks scorn them as relics. It has been my fate to be named captain of the Sultan Sworn in these troubled times. Though I did not ask for this honor, I've bent my knee to the Sultana and sworn fealty, and I will fight to restore our honor and name. You wield a skilled blade, and more importantly, you've met the traitor face to face. Your great task as a paladin will be to help me bring him to justice. You must ready yourself, marshal your resources, and hone your skills until the time comes when you're able to discharge your duty. Your journey will be long, but you are a paladin now, and honor binds you as surely as an oath. The next Paladin Quest will be available for Genland starting at level 35. You get really kind of mixed messages about what is required here to be part of the Paladin organization, because it's like, you don't have to follow our oaths, but you have to follow our oaths. Spirits Within! It's that movie that nobody likes either. I think I've heard like one person say it was good. I forget who. I've never seen it. I just know that it's funny that they referenced it. And that it's generally not well regarded, from what I recall. Final Fantasy Spirits Within. Ah, you might be the one who thinks it's okay that I was thinking of. As I said, I have no real grounds to form an opinion on that movie, because I haven't seen it myself. Oh, okay. It's bad, but you like it. Well, then you're in the right place, because this is the Paladin Quest line. Okay. So, let's pretend that we've gained 5 levels since last time we spoke to Genlands. Oh, that's good. You have earned the right to call yourself a paladin, but how do others treat you? Do they recognize you for who you are, or what you are? Well, they do think I'm a cat. Remember that fancy swordplay and well-polished armor do not make you a paladin. You must be just in your heart and strive always to be an exemplar of true virtue. Once, not long ago, the Sultan Sworn could walk the streets with their heads held high. When they marched by, the small folk would look upon them with reverence and gratitude, and no one was more respected than the captain, my predecessor. By the way, this entire questline and organization, you do need to remember that the paladins are basically the cops, the elite cops, one of the many groups of cops in Ul'dah, and all of them are bad, because, you know. So this text box is basically, one time people liked cops, but now people don't like cops anymore. What's the deal? Oh, that's a very good detail. Sid's incredible, impeccable hands with a million polygons. Probably. Just like that flower pot. When I first saw him, I was still a child. My father had promised to take me to a local festival, but somewhere he took a wrong turn. We became lost and stumbled into a secluded back alley. Luck was not with us, because the next moment we found ourselves in the middle of a riot. Drunken hunters were firing arrows into the crowd, and we were caught between them. There was no way out. It was only a matter of time before we'd be struck. That's when the captain saved us from our plight. I'd never seen a sword move more swiftly. It flashed faster than my eyes could follow, and in seconds the hunters were on the ground or fleeing for their lives. The captain was gone down the street, slicing at their heels, and before my father had time to thank him. Even today, I can see the captain as he was then, blood on his sword, armor impossibly bright in the sun. Good old Captain Cop of Ul'dah, immediately resorting to violence when confronting people who've had too much to drink. I mean, granted they were firing arrows into the crowd, but, like, my perception of every situation involving these people is going to be a little biased. After that, all I ever wanted to be was a paladin. I also wanted to beat up drunks. I would practice endlessly with my sword, dreaming of bandits defeated and monsters slain. Even after I became one of the Sultan's Sworn, the memory of the captain still inspired me. I was always the first to arrive in the training yard and the last to leave. And so the years passed, and before I knew it, I found myself named captain of the Sultan's Sworn. Yet the triumph was hollow, because by then the honor of the Sultan's Sworn elite, that very thing that had drawn me to the Brotherhood, was a mere vestige. Like the discarded banner of a defeated foe. There were many reasons for the fall, but the loss of Oathkeeper. Yes, that was the mortal blow. The sword Oathkeeper was bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan's Sworn by the then Sultan of Ul'dah. In time it became our standard, the symbol of the oaths we had sworn, and it was treasured by each new captain for generations. Possession was proof of Sultan Sworn command. But then the unthinkable came to pass. Oathkeeper was stolen by the traitor. It shook our brotherhood to the core. How can we be trusted to protect the Sultana when we cannot even hold on to the symbol of our fealty? We've been tarnished in the eyes of ruler and ruled alike. If the Sultan's Sworn are to survive, we must find the traitor and recover Oathkeeper. But the Sultan's Sworn have grown too weak, and we cannot do it ourselves. We've been forced to recruit outsiders to help us to our cause. I have high hopes for you, my friend. It's a great thing that we ask, and you must learn more of our secrets if you are to succeed. In outer Lenosha, near the Hermit's Hovel, is a grove where ringtails congregate. Pitting yourself against a host of beasts would be a fine way to hone the skills I will teach you. In the grove, you will find another brazier, this time filled with a potent incense that will drive the creatures into a frenzy. Defeat your attackers and return to me. So we've just been given a big exposition about the history and the downfall of Ul'dah cop type, Paladin type, cop type, and told us about the theft of the cop blade. Anyway, go kill some lemurs. Precisely. The Paladin questline, off to a powerful start. By the way, I think it's really funny to see Cop Blade written like that with no space and like title case like an old video game item. With inventory, with like namespace limits. Well, no, I have to agitate the monkeys. It's a little different. See, you've got the ringtails over here. And you gotta poke the torch. And then some of them get mad. But only some of them. Ah, yes. Right, go agitate. Here's the fun fact about the Paladin rotation while we're here. So you have this move here, Fight or Flight, which is blocked by the Heavensward. Is the torch solid? No, you can stand inside of it. Fight or Flight. Good. Fight or Flight, which is blocked by the chat cover there. Increases physical damage dealt by 25%. Recast 60 seconds. Duration 25 seconds. Etc. In order to optimize the Paladin rotation, you have to do what they call late weaving Fight or Flight about 2/3 through the global cooldown of Riot Blade in your combo. And they could really just add 1 second to the duration of Fight or Flight to like fix that. It's funny that they haven't. Yeah, that would also be really good. By the way, these lemurs, I didn't get a close look at their face before. I don't entirely know how I feel about it. Hello, lemur. They seem concerned. Yeah, they do have some features that are a little bit too human looking. To me, I think I agree with that. But also, I kind of like them. Like just overall. I mean, they're not furbles, which are the worst thing to look at closely in this game, so I consider them acceptable. I wonder if there are statistics on how often each chapter available in New Game Plus has been selected. Because I want to know how many people have replayed the Paladin questline. I bet it's not many. Well done. You've taken the skills I taught you and made them your own by killing lemurs. I still do not have word of where the trader is hiding, but I will inform you the moment I do. Until then, continue your training. The souls of paladins past bequeath to you their wisdom. You learn Sheltron. I can't use it right now. Okay. I don't have enough of my oath gauge. By the way, you can sort of see it. You can see most of it. I think the oath gauge is very funny in its like base form, because it's extremely unnecessarily large for a gauge. Like, watch the gauge as I re-enable my tank stance here. I also just like the way it pops up and like goes away. It's like zoop. It's funny to me. I feel like it would make a Super Metroid door opening sound or door closing sound. Power struggles. Welcome, Paladin. You should know that word of your deeds has reached me. Few are those who follow the true Paladin path without misstep, but you are one of them. I am proud to call you sister. You have kept the faith, and in return I must have faith in you. It's time that you knew the truth, though it's hard to share, for it's a shame I would rather keep hidden from outsiders. Perhaps you remember when I told you of the traitor and the sword Oathkeeper that he stole. His name is Suzaku, and he was my predecessor as captain of the Sultan's Sworn Elite. Yes, he was the same man who I had admired as a child, who inspired me to take up the sword and follow the way of the Paladin. He was the paragon of paladins, until, that is, he changed. It turned out that the good cop was also a bad cop. Some years ago now, there was a struggle for influence between the Sultanate military and a faction within the syndicate known as the Monetarists. The latter emerged triumphant, and the army's authority was diminished dramatically. Oh no! The wealthy capitalists and the military are fighting over power. Wow! Although Suzaku was still captain of the Sultan's Sworn Elite, he knew his position was perilous, so he fled, taking Oathkeeper with him. In doing so, he went against the words that he had spoken on bended knee before his royal liege. Yeah, APAB. Now it falls to me as captain to restore the honor and name of the Sultan Sworn. If that means cutting down my former mentor and master, I will do it gladly, for his misdeed cannot be forgiven. But his death will not lift the stain that mars our name. He must be put on trial in a public court so that everyone knows his crimes. Then and only then can we begin to earn the people's trust again. He served for over 30 years as captain of the Sultan's Sworn Elite, and he's a formidable foe. You can match his skill with a sword. Even together, you and I will find it difficult to take him alive without mortal harm to one side or the other. So you must continue to hone your skills and prepare for the day when we will face him. To complete the next stage of your training, you must do this. Go to the Yugram River in Eastern Thanalan and find the brazier we've placed there. By lighting it, you will draw the ire of the Lepidotes, dwelling within the waters. Face the creatures in battle and master your new skills. The fight will not be easy, but if you take to heart what you've learned and let the crystal be your guide, you will triumph. Now go kill some fish. LOL. Rafflemau. Etc. So, I think the canon for Sucro in my head, the head canon, if you will, is not that she's a paladin, but that her research into Arcanima and carbuncles has led her into figuring out how to enhance weapons using Arcanima and utilize a variety of light-based magic and techniques through the power of Arcanima and various gemstones. Sucro is not a cop, she's a cat, basically. It's a different three-letter word that starts with C. And it's important to remember. I do very much enjoy the gameplay of Paladin. And the quests do go back to the Gladiators after... Yeah, she's also a cool cat, that's true. They do go back to the Gladiators in Stormblood. So, like, we don't have to deal with this forever. Especially because they start having role quests instead of, like, job-specific quests after Stormblood. So, like... barely have to associate with the Paladins after a bit. Killed. Oh, this is what that move is what Rage of Halone turns into, Royal Authority. So I guess you do still have move names like that. But it's more like just cool cat authority, I guess. The memories of past paladins have awoken within you. Authority of cat. These quests are a lot shorter than the Gladiator ones, it would seem. So far. Which is good, probably. You know, I guess I could have switched back to my, like, Realm Reborn armor. But also, I think the hair clips through that. So whatever, it doesn't matter. Good, you've mastered new skills and made them your own. But much work remains to be done before you can face the traitor Suzaku. We are close to finding him, and as our net draws tighter, it grows ever more important that we make ready for the moment when the fish must at last be landed. See, I connected your task to the story. I used a fish metaphor. Thank you, Genlins, for the fish metaphor. The souls of Paladin Past bequeath to you their wisdom. You've learned the second part of your AoE combo. I accidentally marked the location of Genlands on the map. So that's the first part. And then this is the second part of the AoE combo, Prominence. We just learned that again. It's not exactly a circle swing. You have to jump up and then spin around a little bit. But not in the same way. Poisoned Hearts. Level 45. We're already at 45. Welcome, friend. I have important news for you. In my search for the traitor, I've been looking through old records and discovered something chilling. Around the time the traitor Suzaku was named captain, several famed soldiers of the Sultan's Sworn met with untimely deaths. But strangely, our records do not say how they died. Curious, I begged the favor of an old friend and received permission to inspect medical records kept by Frondale's Frontistery. Oh yeah, jumping. I'm a Dragoon now. I discovered that the soldiers died in various ways, some in combat, some suddenly at night, in the barracks. But in nearly every case, there were signs that poison had played a role in their demise. It's poison again! Yes, poison! Carefully and visibly administered. The more I read, the more I saw the dark hand of death's embrace at work. Assassins in the pay and service of the Monetarists. The Monetarists know one thing, and it's poisoning and then blaming other people for it. And also they love money. Why do they always do poison? A society so secretive that few truly believe it exists. Few believe it truly exists. But no matter how skilled and devious the assassins and how they always use poison and do nothing else, they should not have been able to kill so many of the Sultan's Sworn elite without being discovered. Not, that is, without help from within our own ranks. So I asked myself, who had the most to gain from their deaths. One by one, the former captain, his trusted aides, the most capable of the Sultan's Sworn who might become future commanders, all of them slain by an invisible hand, like the invisible hand of the markets. Because it's the Monitorists, and with their deaths, the way was open for Suzaku to become the Sultan's Sworn's youngest captain in a century. The Monitorists were plotting to kill the best and bravest of the Sultan's Sworn, to purge its ranks of greatness, to sell the 2 general-purpose metallic blue dye you put on the markets for 12,729 gil after fees, and to innovate it so that it could no longer carry out its duty to serve as sword and shield of the Sultanate. Yeah, exactly. Monitors born after the 5th Armable Calamity only know embezzle, poison, hot chip, and lie. You are 100% correct. Which begs the question, how did Suzaku remain captain for 30 long years? How did he avoid the poisoner's kiss when men better than him had succumbed? There can only be one explanation. He was the Monitor's cat's paw. Cat? I'm the cat. What are you talking about? The Turncloak in our midst. Needless to say, I am more determined to track him down than ever before. While I continue my investigation, I have a trial for you. I want you to seek the gallant armor, the legendary raiments worn by generations of the finest soldiers of the Sultan's Sworn. In accordance with Sultan's Sworn tradition, the set that would be yours has been scattered across southern Thanalan. Each piece has been locked within a coffer, which is guarded by 2 men. You must best the Sultan's Sworn themselves if you are to claim their armor. Instead of betraying the Sultan's Sworn, why don't we beat them up on purpose and steal their armor as part of tradition? Sucro, you must participate in our tradition of a scavenger hunt that involves violence. Yeah. That is something that every job from Realm Reborn does. And it is kind of funny. And in the context of the Paladin Quest line, it's just more nonsense. Men in shimmering armor beckon to you. Many strong men await you. I don't remember what that's from, but it is something that's said in a video game somewhere. Do I get a second copy of this armor? That'd be funny. I sure do. Wow. That's not helpful at all. But it is very funny that you can replay the quests in order to get the armor again. Also, this would be much more of a pain to get to if I couldn't fly. Not even really trying with the fights. Just doing the bare minimum of my combos and stuff. You got a pair of gallant underwear, basically. Because for some reason, pants aren't real in this game more often than not. That's true of all video games, really. Especially if you're playing a female character. But I digress. From something. If I do actually put effort into my rotation, they die even faster, of course. I'm trying to target this guy. There. Die. Also, naturally, for no apparent reason, this quest is missing the final piece of the armor, which is the chest piece, as always. So we got a little crown, we got leg plates, we got underwear, I guess. We got gauntlets. And that's it. This is taking like a quarter of the time of the Gladiator questline, is what it's feeling like. Which is kind of funny. Good, the armor is yours. You have learned your lessons well and honed your skills, and now you are ready to face Suzaku the traitor. In 5 levels. Yes, the time has come. I've discovered his hiding place and made contact through emissaries. We are negotiating the return of Oathkeeper. Secrecy is crucial, as is preparation. We will leave only when you are ready. In 5 levels. But before we do that, it's time to be right back. Because boy, it's only gonna get more Paladin questline from here. Hello. I have returned. And it's time for the level 50 Paladin Quest in the Realm Reborn Paladin storyline. Boop. I hope you are all thoroughly prepared. I hope you've all gone and lit a torch and beat up some wildlife or zombies or whatever. in order to prepare yourselves. Parley in the Sigoli. The recovery of Oathkeeper will be the first step in restoring the honor of the Sultan Sworn. I've told Suzaku that if he returns the sword, we will give him a fair trial. Otherwise, he shall be captured and thrown at the feet of the Sultana for judgment. The parley is to take place south of the Forgotten Springs in the Sigoli Desert. Give me your map and I will mark the location. While I believe he is acting alone, we must be prepared for anything. You may be certain that the Monetarists will not take kindly to his surrender. In fact, I believe that should the Monetarists discover Suzaku is waiting to parley, they will surely try to intervene. Therefore, we must not speak of what we do, not to anyone. We should travel separately, so as not to attract attention. We shall meet again at the parley. I still accidentally have Genlands marked on my map. Apparently that doesn't go away when you change areas. Heh. That's all I'll say to that one, is just heh. Something's wooing nearby. Well, this sure seems like the middle of nowhere. Sure, it's fine. Cool sword. Seems like the parley's not going to go well. Seems like there's a fight attached to it. Cool sword. I'm gonna look at it. Oh, I see. You also have to wear the shorts. So you dared to come. You are a brazen one, I'll grant you that. But did you really think I wouldn't find out? Come, confess! My allies within the Sultan Sworn have told me the truth. I know you are working in league with the traitor and the Monetarists. So, yep. Confess! With your dying breath, you will tell me where I can find Oathkeeper and the traitor who stole it. What? Sucro is utterly baffled. Do you dare accuse my own Sultan Sworn of lying? We are comrades in arms, every one of us, bound in brotherhood by our oath. I would trust them with my life. What is your word when set against theirs? We know the meaning of honor. Police can't lie. The police are always correct, and anyone saying the police did something wrong is incorrect and must be killed in the desert. Apparently. Wow. You are a naive fool. I suspected you from the beginning, ever since you showed me the soul of the Paladin that the traitor Suzaku gave you. You were, no matter how briefly, a Paladin, and as such you are bound by a code of honor that is as unforgiving as it is noble. Traitor, I sentence you to death and decree that your body shall lie here and feed the crows. I would like to point out that he was just saying we would give Suzaku a fair trial, and then once I got here and he unveiled his belief that I'm the traitor, he just skips right to "we will kill you." So the Paladin's idea of a fair trial is also bullshit, to no one's surprise at all. Wow. Sure, yep. Seems good. Just kidding, it's bad. So this whole quest line has been, I'm going to give you a lot of exposition and then tell you to go kill a lemur. And then at the end he accuses you of doing anything, literally anything at all, when you've done nothing this whole time. How dare you use our arts against us, he says, being the one who taught me these things also. Confess, damn you, confess! This is all just like a last-minute bullshit twist that makes no sense even in context. Also, he's fucking dead now. Well, kind of. He fell over. The rest of them are probably dead. You cannot do this! I am the greater swordsman! You are superior in every way! Surprise! You were blinded, Genlins, by your own conviction. Genlins, remember your own lesson. A paladin does not exist to defend his position or the honor of his fellow Sultan Sworn. Because they don't have any. No honor here. This is not a place of honor. Those men were assassins in service to the monetarists. The moment you outlived your usefulness, you were to be killed. You and this free paladin of yours. Liar! You are their agent! You betrayed us for them! You were always naive, Genlins. Too willing to trust your fellow man. It's one of your virtues, but you have a deplorable habit of turning your virtues into vices. Think. The information you uncovered. How did you come by it? Did it fall into your lap as if, oh, I don't know, someone was feeding it to you for their own purposes? You and the paladins, under your command, are the monetarists' lapdogs. Genlins, you've been led a merry dance and followed their lead at every step. Then you were never a traitor? You were innocent? I have wronged you. Fall over. Easy now. Your wounds aren't mortal, but you still need to rest. Just lifts the entire guy and his armor. I'll take care of the captain. He's had worse and we'll have him back on his feet soon enough. You've become a fine warrior and learned all that there is to know about the way of the paladin. I think perhaps you were not aware of just how much you've grown. Well, 'tis time you were made aware, paladin. When the captain's recovered, keep an eye on him for me, will you? He needs someone like you to watch his back. Bye. Yeah. The words of Suzaku have awoken the memories of Paladin's past. But you don't learn anything yet. You have to turn in the quest first. Hey, the sword's still there. Neat. Okay. So how are we feeling about this plot twist so far? Well, I guess it's at least 2 plot twists. How are we feeling about it? Yeah, that's about right. Thinking emoji is about right, I would say. Yeah. Instead, he's the guy who gets traitor'd, like, 3 times, I guess. Not really. I don't know how many times it is. He just kind of sucks. Very emblematic of Realm Reborn writing overall? Huh. I would say that a lot of the Realm Reborn writing is better than this. But if you would care to elaborate, I would be interested. Paladin, I have done you a great wrong. I allowed myself to be hoodwinked, accused you of treason. Pseudo-ironic cynicism. Huh. Interesting. Kinda, yeah. I think I can sort of see what you mean. And even turned my sword against you. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of that. That's true. That's definitely true. As for me, yes, I'm recovered from my wounds, at least those that will heal. But far more important than that, Suzaku is innocent after all. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean for sure. He was never a traitor, and the dream that I followed in my youth was not a lie. I remain captain of the elite, although a poor substitute for my predecessor. I'm now working on a plan to strike back at the monetarists and restore the Sultan Sworn to its former strength. That is also kind of true, I suppose. Do not be afraid for me. We've unmasked the foe, and he cannot hide behind his deceptions anymore. The assassins won't find it easy to reach me. I don't follow Genlin's logic here, because the monitarists have money so they can do whatever the fuck they want in Ul'dah. So I don't think this matters at all. For now, I will bide my time, marshal my strength, and when the time is ripe, strike hard at our enemies. Oh wait, that was still level 45. Oh yeah, the level 50 one is just like... sort of an epilogue. The souls of paladins past bequeath to you the skill cover, which is only useful in a rare amount of circumstances. It's a very niche ability. Or niche, if you prefer. Keeping the oath. Welcome, Paladin. I'd hoped to see you before I left. You remained a true friend even after the wrongs I did to you, and I owe you my trust. So I will tell you everything I've learned. After our encounter in the hills, I spent some time in the care of Suzaku, recovering from my wounds. As I convalesced, he gave me the true account of what happened these last few years in his solitary war against the monetarists. After he went into hiding, he tried to get word to me about what was happening, but I was surrounded by agents in the pay of the monetarists, who kept me isolated and ignorant. They planted the lie that Suzaku was a traitor and tricked me into tracking him down. I was their puppet, twitching obediently at the end of strings they pulled. But when I discovered that Death's Embrace had been behind the demise of my brothers and sisters, they panicked, especially when they found out I had shared the information with you. They set a trap for us and baited it with the promise of a parley with Suzaku. Suzaku was no traitor, as I should well have known, but I allowed myself to be deceived by the whispers of mummers and flatterers, and no, that was not the way of it. It was not their lies that made me blind, but my desire, nay, obsession, to restore our honor. For the Sultan Sworn and all paladins who've bent the knee to a higher cause, honor is the means to an end, not the end itself. I lost sight of that, and in so doing lost sight of my true duty. Suzaku understood what was happening, and that is why he gave you the soul of the paladin. It was a remonstration, a message. Look how adventurers live, he was telling me. Where does their honor and their authority come from? I owe my position to the machinations of the monetarists. They calculated that a young captain eager to prove his loyalty, bound by unquestioning fealty, would be all the easier to control, and they were right. I am a sham and a fake, but the world does not know that, and even the illusion of power is a power of sorts. I can use it to fight back. I will tell my subordinates that I'm fleeing to Snowcloak and Kurthus. When the monetarists hear of this, as they surely will send assassins after me again. But when they show their hand, I will stand my ground and fight back. I realize you may wish to offer your assistance. However, I cannot in good conscience put you in harm's way anymore. You haven't really done that at all. You've just made me kill lemurs. You too have become a target of the Cabal's assassins. The odds will be against me, that much is certain. But Suzaku has taught me much, and if I am brave and vigilant, I know I can triumph. I'm sorry you've been caught up in our own political struggles, but now as a paladin it's time you traveled your own path. Ah yes, Suzaku wished to have a word with you as well. You will find him in Central Thanalan. Allow me to mark the location on your map. Nod. Okay, I forgot about this part for some reason. But now that it's happening, I remember it clearly. Hey, we're back at the spot that we were briefly at for the Gladiator questline. Thank you for coming, Sucro. We haven't much time, so I'll be blunt. Jinlins will die if he faces death's embrace alone. I know what I must do, and I suspect you do as well. If you are the woman I believe you to be, we shall meet again soon. That guy's an idiot. We have to help him, even though he said not to. Okay. I feel like if you had to travel in real time between these locations, Genlins would be dead by the time we got here. But at least Aetheryte exists. So I guess he's alive. There's some aspects of this part that you'll see soon that were baffling to me as well, other than just like all of it. I wonder why he chose Snowcloak of all places to go, though. Given how this area works, I'm surprised he wasn't immediately accused of heresy and thrown into the other crime pit that we discussed earlier. Just by being, like, near Snowcloak. Given the current state of Ishgard and the surrounding areas in the main story that Sucro's at. So, monetarist assassins, right, are these monsters, I guess. This baffled me when I first showed up here. Like, this was not what I was expecting when they said assassins. But, that's what we get. Half a second of fight noise. Sure. It's Sucro. Da-da-da. You as well? I told you to go to ground. This isn't your fight. First Suzaku and now you. Are you both so eager to die? You forget that we are paladins. Wheresoever our duty leads us, we go, and we do so of our own free will. To abide by one's own sense of justice is to embrace the Paladin's creed. Sworn or unsworn, we are paladins true, and the only true oath we swear is the one we swear to ourselves. This is a shocked Pikachu face. That's what this is right now. I wish to linger on this. This is the surprised Pikachu meme. It has the same energy of it, at least. Now come, let us stand shoulder to shoulder and show the Blackhearts the metal of our souls and the steel of our swords. I'm a cat. Meh. Aramans make a good noise. They just go like, meh. Manipulated I suspected they would send minions with Void Scent? Ha! Hardly a challenge for a trio of paladins. So this makes a little bit more sense in a second when they were like, we summoned these to kill you. But at first I thought these were just the assassins, like they just hired this ogre and this eyeball for that purpose. Which is pretty funny. And I kind of wish that was the case. Surely the monitorists would go to greater lengths than this. Those void scents were called forth by a mage who I suspect is observing as we speak. Spread out and search for anything unusual, but tread lightly. This could very well be a trap. Alright. Can you find the suspicious part? Let's see if we can find it together. Can you see the suspicious objects? Can you see it? I have to consider it and take screenshots of considering it. Now I have to poke it. Ah, of course. Now they're over here too. What sorcery is this? Likely the work of our mage. I like how they're like, it pulses with a queer light. They do like using that word in the old-fashioned sense a lot. Up above, it's the mage, the grimoire, it's a trap. To be fair, that would be a good way to trick Sucro, is to put a big shiny book in front of her and then make it explode. Damn you, silk-sackled Sucro, are you injured? How disappointing. I'd hoped to finish this quickly. Not that I expect you will live much longer. Cut down the assassins quickly, but where that mage? His magics are not to be trifled with. You can deal with that, it's fine. Where did that monstrosity come from? The void. Over there, look, the grimoire's the source. I will hold the beasts at bay. Jinlin and Sucro destroy the grimoire. Okay. I did it. By the way, this is the dramatic job quest theme that tends to play during the final battle in any given job quest questline. And sometimes it has a lot more impact, emotionally and otherwise. And in this case, it's just kind of here because that's where it goes. I won. Nod. Congratulations, Sucro. The fact that they just suddenly start clapping for you after this. I haven't seen Evangelion, but I know that that's like one thing that I know about Evangelion is that everyone claps in the end and says congratulations. And also Shinji doesn't want to get in the robot, I think. Get in the robot, Shenlens. Also a penguin is there, I guess. You've done well. You never flinched from your duty. You followed the path you knew you had to take, and you showed us what it means to be a paladin. I'm a cat. You even managed to prize the scales from Jinlin's eyes while you were at it. It's been an honor to know you and watch you grow. In any case, today's battle should blunt the Monitorist's dagger, at least for a while. They'll think twice before sending assassins after the Sultan Sworn again. I trust you'll see to this mess, Jinlins? Yes, sir. I mean, Captain. Please return to the capital. Take up your command again. The burden, it's too much for the likes of me. LOL, no. The Monitors may have stolen Oathkeeper, but oaths are not forged in steel. They are sworn in the heart. I love that they just add the sound of the armor clank there. You never betrayed your oaths, Genlins. It sounded like I said oaths for a second. You never betrayed your granola, Genlins. As for your leadership, well, ask this paladin if she learned anything from you. Sucro says absolutely nothing and doesn't emote whatsoever at that, Yeah. I love that he says, ask this paladin if she's learned anything from you. And Sucro doesn't respond at all, or emote, or indicate in any way that she even heard what he said. No matter what the circumstances, once a man has left the Sultan's Sworn, he cannot return. I followed my own path, and on it I will stay. Sucro basically learned nothing from this guy. I followed you since the day I vowed to join the ranks of the Sultan's Sworn. Has the time come for me to stop following and begin to lead? Bye. I'm going to walk into this cliff now. Oh, I turned around. Tricked you. Thank you for coming. Once again, you've placed me in your debt. See me in the city when you return. I will have something for you. Nod. Even if Sucro wasn't wearing the sunglasses, she would not be, like, emoting to this at all. Literally no response. You've kept your oath and awoken the memories of Paladin's past. What oath? This is a question that'll come up more than once. What oath did Sucro keep in the duration of the story? My best guess is that she kept the oath, I'm a cat, which is technically an oath if you want it to be. And yeah, I do love to say dumb things in dumb voices that I do. Silly voices. Saying LOL no. And also, I do appreciate the sentence, the true cot blade was inside you all along. Keep that in mind for later. Keep thinking about the cot blade. So, I mean, I guess there's this little final piece of dialogue here, so I shouldn't ask yet. But in a moment, we can assess how do we feel about the Realm Reborn Paladin quests, because that was the ending. Or rather, this is the ending. Welcome, Paladin. These have been troubled times for the Sultan's Sworn, and you've served us loyally. Have I? You did what was just, followed the Paladin way, and defended the weak and needy. You are a true Oathkeeper. Like the sword. Honor and right were yours from the very beginning, and that is what made you strong. Strong enough to defeat me. The sword Oathkeeper has yet to be found, but I've come to realize that I do not need it. Nay, not to lead the Sultan's Sworn, nor to restore our good name. The oaths we keep are in our hearts, not in hallowed blades. Suzaku is left to wander the nations of Eorzea. He's a man of honor, and unless I'm very much mistaken, he will continue to look for the sword that was gifted by our ruler centuries ago. Remember how Suzaku and also this guy just said that we don't need the sword, and now they're like, we should go look for the sword though. I shall continue to serve Ul'dah as one of the Sultan's Sworn. You shall defend the people of Eorzea as a free paladin. Our paths diverge now, but we shall be forever bound by the oaths we keep in our hearts. Nod. But listen to me. Noble words aren't much good to an adventurer who has to face monsters and menaces out in the real world. Fortunately, I have something that will serve you rather better. This is the other piece of the armor. The sacred armor has been kept within the Sultan's Sworn for many generations. It was given only to those Sultan's Sworn who had, through feats of arms and deeds of great courage, earned the privilege to wear it. But something tells me that for the first time since left the armorer's forge, this armor should go to someone who is not of the Sultan's Sworn. If I allowed myself to be a slave to tradition, the paladin who deserves it the most would never wear it. Now wouldn't that be a waste of fine plate? Just one thing, if anyone asks where you got it, you mustn't say it was me. Genlins, I think you're a waste of fine plate if you ask me. It's a bit rude, but I learned how to be invincible for 10 seconds, so fuck you, Genlands. That concludes the Paladin Quest for Realm Reborn. In order to retake the next, you have to complete Realm Reborn. Do it. So that was the Realm Reborn Paladin questline. How are we feeling now that it's over? I asked this like a quest step ago, but still. It sure was. That's about right. But we're not done yet, oh no! It's time for the Heavensward part. With Oathkeeper still missing and the whereabouts of Suzaku unknown, and the morals of the story forgotten, you have been asked to take up the search for both the sword and former captain of the Sultan's Sworn. On your quest, you come into contact with Suzaku's apprentice, Constaint, and together you embark on a journey that leads you to the farthest reaches of Dervania. Except not really. What you find there is the ultimate test of your prowess as a paladin. So, if you thought the Realm Reborn Paladin questline was bad, I hope you're ready for one that's worse and more absurd. Hello, other paladin. Are we prepared? An exemplary example. I also love things that are worse. We live in troubling times, Sucro, as you well know. Tell me about it. Don't, because I already know. That's why it's more important than ever that the Sultan's Sworn stand ready to serve as sword and shield of the Sultanate. For a time, I feared that our order was doomed, but then you helped us to restore our good name. Sure. Your shining example inspired many young men and women to seek us out. Even as we speak, they train to hone their skills. A few words of encouragement from the famed Free Paladin herself would do much to motivate them further, I should think. Perhaps you would consider paying them a visit at Camp Blue Fog. Nod. So, this questline starts with Sucro having a fan club, and that's kind of funny. So at least there's that. At least there's that. Hello. A pleasure to meet you, Sucro. My name is Owen, or Owain, or something. At the moment, Felice and I are conducting drills with the new recruits at the East Watchtower. They'll be thrilled to see you, I'm sure. Bye! Okay. I forgot that I could fly for a second. Since we all know you are a woman of few words, I thought we might forego the speech and instead ask you to favor us with a display of swordsmanship. We've laid out bait for the basilisks already. In fact, you need only wait for them to come. Well, they're right there. But also, that's not the specific one that I need to kill, so... I've heard people say that this questline is the worst part of the Heavensward expansion. By the way. I believe it. Hooray! Congratulations, Sucro. More clapping. Everybody clap for Sucro. Truly a rousing performance, Sucro. Thank you. It's one thing to talk about proper technique, but an altogether different thing to see it firsthand. I think it's safe to say that the recruits will long remember this day, as will I. And now we go back to Genlands. Because the first part of the Heavensward Paladin Quest line barely has anything to do with anything else. It's just kind of there. It's just kind of, hey, you're cool, kill a basilisk, thanks, bye. You know how it goes. Oh. Yeah, she is a cool cat. I guess Sucro has a fan club in, like, reality as well at this point. People seem to like Sucro. Welcome, Sucro. I gather the recruits took your lesson to heart. Would that I had some way to repay you, some knowledge or technique to bequeath to you. I'm humbled to admit there's nothing I can teach you. All I can offer you is my heartfelt thanks. Pray go forth, my friend, and continue to defend the people of Ul'dah and Eorzea at large. Ah, geez, thanks. Nod. I forget who this is. Begging your pardon, Sucro. Oh, right, you. We need to talk, but not here. At the dispatch yard outside the city. It's Papashan. This character is relevant in the starting quests of Ul'dah and also a bit after where I am in the main story quest. He's okay. But he is part of this quest line. So, you know. It's funny how he speaks as if you know who he is, when it's only possible that you would know who he is. Also, it's funny how the quest has this banner displaying the face of a character that we don't meet in the first quest of the quest line. Spoilers. The Mystery Elf. We did learn the name of the Mystery Elf from this plot summary, but you know. Also, I don't have a voice in mind for Mystery Elf, so that'll be interesting. Didn't have one for Papashan either, till just now. Thank you for coming, Sucro. You must be wondering why I called you here. It concerns Suzaku, Jinlin's predecessor. As you may recall, he continues to search for Oathkeeper, the sword stolen from us by the Monetarist's minions. Despite the moral of the story being that the Oathkeeper doesn't fucking matter. From time to time, he sends me missives, sharing with me his latest discoveries. His most recent one contained a startling claim. He wrote that he'd found the sword at long last. But that was some time ago, and he's not contacted me since. I would not trouble Genlins with this news, not until I learn what's become of Suzaku at the very least. Will you help me find him? Nod. I knew I could count on you, Sucro. Also good timing on the weather here. For now, all I know is that his last missive came to me by way of Ishgard. Once I learn more, we can begin the search in earnest. The next Paladin Quest is available at level 52. That's just the system message voice now. Because it was amusing, apparently. Ah, just the woman I was hoping to see. I now know from where Suzaku sent his last missive to me. Falcon's Nest, a hamlet in the Kurthus Western Highlands. It's there I'd have you begin your search. Your claiming Oathkeeper would do much to restore the honor of the Sultan's Sworn, but we must not get ahead of ourselves. First, we must find our missing man. And so we will, I guess. Porchete? Suzaku? Never heard of him. Was he one of the new craftsmen working with 100 Eyes? Sorry, we see an awful lot of new faces around here. Most don't leave an impression, other than the heretics and the bandits, that is. By the way, heresy. Because of course. What's Ishgard without people talking about heresy constantly? Emerisal. A Rogadan Paladin? Well, I do recall a traveler who spent several days here, at least. Jocelyn. There was a pitched battle the other night out in the wastes. Involved a rather large man and a party of his fellow heretics, to hear the scouts tell it. See, look, it's heresy again. Everyone's a heretic. Just automatically assume it. Naturally, we chose not to intervene. They wish to kill each other by all means. When in doubt, accuse everyone of heresy. Oh yeah, I can't fly here yet. I don't believe I can even access the side quests necessary in order to unlock all the ether currents. So there's going to be a bit more walking in this part. Heard you was asking after a Rogadan in a fashion that might give a man cause to worry. Aye, I knew Suzaku. Knew, I should say. Older fellow spent some time chatting with the young blood. Came through like the rest of us before him, looking for the same thing we all do. Bandits ambushed him in the night out in the wastes. Buried him with my own 2 hands the next day out near Count Riversmeet. Constaint took it especially hard, close as he was to him. By the way, important character from the last quest line, dead off screen. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Just fucking dies. Just regular bandits fucking kill the guy. Whoops. Oops, all bandits. Oh, Suzaku. They just tell you that bandits killed him and he was buried off screen. Just casually. Because you go looking for him and then they're like, well, he died. RIP in Paladins, I guess. Off to a great start with the writing in this questline, huh? Now here's the part where I don't know how to descend the cliff without taking 1,000,000 damage. So I'm going to switch to Reaper, I guess. That's Botanist, that's not Reaper. That's close to Reaper, but it's not Reaper. There you go. So I don't know how to like descend from here without flight or fall damage, so yep. Now we switch back to Paladin. The lore of the Reaper class is that they used to be farmers who took up arms and made pacts with the Void Scent. Hey look, it's Mystery Elf. And an aura of problem. Surprise, it's Assassin's time. So here's the graves. Alone's blessings be upon you, miss. I say, that was a rather frightful experience. Were you a friend of Suzaku's too? Ah, good. That is to say, my condolences. I knew there had to be others who would want to know. Also, this is like a young Ellison kid, and he's like 1,000,000,000 feet tall. Because Ellison, I guess. Taller than Sucro, at least. So he's like 5'4", 5'5". 'Twas the work of Death's Embrace, I'd wager. Those fiends you slew just now were sent by them as well. My kinsmen think them but another band of sellswords or heretics. If only they knew what they were truly capable of. I can only hope that they will heed my warnings this time. If you would excuse me. I think there are lower reasons for Alphino being especially short. I actually don't know the age of this person either. Sucro, this is Papashan. Have you found Suzaku? He's dead. Gods almighty, slain by Death's Embrace? I heard some of those bastards were still skulking about, but I never thought they'd try to... Wait, could it be that they were the ones who held Oathkeeper? And that they killed Suzaku when he tried to take it back? Damn it all, we've still no answers. Though there is still the boy. Get after him and see what he knows. Okay. At least the music here is nice. A pleasure to see you again, miss. Was there something you wished to discuss? Explain the Paladin Quest line. Oh, so you're the free Paladin Suzaku told me all about. It's an honor to meet you at last, Sucro. That is, for the second time. My name is Constaint. Truly honored, miss. Truly, truly honored. Sorry if I'm a bit out of sorts. I've been thinking about him a lot. About the day we first met, when he saved me, how his sword gleamed as he danced among the wolves. He seems to have a habit of doing this. I begged him to teach me the ways of the Paladin so I could save others like he'd saved me. He must have turned me down a dozen times before he finally relented, probably because he caught me asking around about Oathkeeper. But I suppose he didn't think I was strong enough to help him reclaim the sword. Why else would he sneak off to challenge Death's Embrace while I was away? I should have been there, Sucro. I should have been there. I've decided I'm going to take it back. Oathkeeper, I mean. He said I wasn't ready to wield the soul, but what choice do I have now that he's gone? You want to find it too, don't you? Then help me, Sucro, please. Nod. You will? Halone be praised. You won't regret this. Oh, Suzaku could see us now, two paladins united in purpose. Well, I suppose it's rather premature for me to claim the title, isn't it? One veteran paladin and one aspiring paladin, then. United in purpose. We shall recover Oathkeeper and bring Suzaku's murderers to justice. As soon as I uncover new information, that is. So, how's everyone's first impression of Constaint here? How are we feeling about this lad? My first impression of him was that he had the aura of someone who's going to traitor me. Similar to Genlands, who I keep wanting to pronounce as Genlands, when that's probably not accurate. This guy feels like he's gonna do a traitor to me. I don't know why that is, but he just kind of feels like he will. I have tidings, Sucro. Hidden amongst Suzaku's belongings was a journal, the final entry of which contains what appears to be a map of the Gorgagni holding. I don't know if I said that right. He marked a spot near the river, though he did not write why. Yet considering how devoted he was to recovering Oathkeeper, surely it has some relation. I say we sally forth and investigate. We may encounter wild beasts or worse, of course, but I know we are well equipped to face them. Well, that is to say, you are. Situations like what, exactly? And yeah, he will learn about being a cop, probably. Oh, yeah. That's just what happens when you're doing a New Game Plus, or when you have a billion levels at once. Yeah. It is pretty funny. I'm doing sick tricks. Oh no! My sick tricks have aggroed the local wildlife. This might be another instance of jumping off a cliff because I don't know how to reach another place. Oh, you know, while I'm here... This is like amount you get as a reward for getting a bunch of commendations, which is relevant to being a tank or a healer. Look how gaudy this thing is. If we're going to have to take a while to get places, we can at least show off some stuff related to that. This gilded Magitech armor. It's kind of funny. I assume it also plays Terra's theme if you have the mount music on, but I don't remember if I ever checked. I need to invest in buying a carbuncle to ride around, because it's thematically appropriate for Sucro to do so. Hello, Constaint. I'm approaching you normally. Impressive, eh? It took some doing, but I managed to resize Suzaku's Solarettes. They should afford me some excellent protection against thigh-high threats. One funny thing about this part of the questline is that Constaint just sort of like slowly equips pieces of the Paladin armor on top of whatever he's wearing. So he sort of, in a way, mirrors how you get them piece by piece, and how silly it looks if you don't glamour it. Anyway, let's see where this map leads. Somewhere over yonder, perhaps? Wow. I feel like I just found this a second ago. A light catches your eye, and on closer inspection you find a gallant coronet. Coronet? Buried beneath the snow. I guess it didn't do the system message voice. It's different from the examining things voice. Frozen blood. A trail of frozen blood leads west. I should have talked to Constaint again just to see if he had something to say there. Or was it further to the... Oh, he probably just says this. Oh, Sucro, find anything? Headgear common to the Sultan's Sworn Elite. Put this on your skull. Suzaku's coronet? Cornet. Then he did come here. There was a trail of blood as well, you said. Let's follow it and see where it leads. Now here's a good part. Always make sure to see all incidental NPC dialogue. What? What is this? Blood? Because sometimes they're just quoting Resident Evil 1? More or less. Seems to lead towards the Dusk Vigil. And if you don't believe me, when I say it seems to be Resident Evil 1, I hope this is not Suzaku's blood. I was laughing when I realized what was happening here. Like, they just snuck this in here. I was really hoping for more. Looks like he was killed by Sucro or something. But, no. Oh yeah, we're in Heavensward, so Midi can be here again, I guess. I think it's taking us westward. What other funny horses and horse-adjacent objects do we have? Flying chair? Sucro sits in this chair very strangely. It looks like she's always attempting to do a flying kick. Wow, seems like things didn't go so well over here, huh? Wow, it's Death's Embrace again, and they still have poison. Poison, hot chip, and lie. Here it is again. Of course, Death's Embrace! They must have made camp here and Suzaku learned of it. Wait, what was that movement just now? To the west, we can't let them escape. There's also Ultra Horse, which you obtain for collecting all of the other elemental horses. And then talking to a bard. And then you interrupt the horse conference and learn about the coolest horse. Which is this one, apparently. I can't help but do this when I have to cross a long distance without flight, apparently. Wait, where am I even? I am going the right way. Ah, slime, but ice. I especially like rotating the horse. Oh, a thunderstorm is occurring. Or at least thunder is threatening one. Outdoors. Seems like something's happening over here as well. Oh, it's a dance party. Horse sound. End of the road. They don't seem to be carrying Oathkeeper. Well, if nothing else, we can at least bring them to justice for their countless other crimes and ensure that they harm no more innocents. To arms, Sucro! For justice! For Suzaku! Hey look, he did put the crown on his skull. I thought the coronet would help, but that speech still felt rather uninspired. Your chicanery ends here! Wait, is chicanery the word I want? At least Constaint is, like, kind of an amusing character. Like, at least it feels like Constaint is taking... Constaint makes it feel like the story is taking itself less seriously. Royalist dogs, my Voidsent will feast on your souls. Voidsent, I'll focus on the mage. Take care of that thing, will you? Hey, look, it's that book again. Monitors, in addition to the other things they know, also know Summon Demon from book. Apparently. Oh, you'll pay. Don't think you won't pay. I have more books. Tomfoolery would have been a good word too. Maybe? Oh no, they tried to use bio on me. There's that poison again. Did we win? I mean, by the Fury, we won! That villainous scum will prey on the weak no longer. Pity they didn't have Oathkeeper. Well, all in a day's work for a pair of paladins, eh? Back to Falcon's Nest for a well-earned rest. I think I've changed... I think, again, I always keep observing this, and I probably don't even need to do that. But I feel like I keep changing character voices in the middle of things. Sucro's not even going to bother using the teleport animation until the last half second. That's how uninvested she is right now. Perhaps. The wheels of justice are slow to turn, as we know all too well. Even Sir Emmerich, who they say cares deeply for the welfare of every Ishgardian, even he is bound by bureaucracy. It all comes back to the war in the end. If it's not heretics or dragons, well, you know how it is. And the Forelands, well, if you had that far west without enough hired help, you've no one to blame but yourself for what happens. So when my mother's caravan was raided on the road to Tailfeather, I was resigned to never knowing who to blame. So, thanks for the random, abrupt, unprompted exposition about your past, Constaint. Until Suzaku told me all about Death's Embrace, and I realized they were the ones responsible. For that and many other attacks. They chose their targets with care, preying on those who wouldn't be missed, save by their equally powerless friends and family. But everyone deserves a champion, even the least among us are worth saving. Ah, you said among us. Even the Amogus are worth saving, Sucro. I don't know if the remaining members of Death's Embrace have Oathkeeper, but even if they don't, it's our duty as paladins to stop them. That's what Suzaku would say were he here, right? Maybe. By the way, this is the pose when you learn stuff in Heavensward. I don't know why. I forget if that's been shown on stream before, but it's funny. Oh. That's the menu for suspending this, I suppose. Hey, Soul Crystal. Curious tidings, Sucro. Not long ago, I received word from an acquaintance of mine, Grimold, who claims to have in his possession a missive written by Suzaku and addressed to me. He insisted that I come collect it from him in person in Tailfeather, and since we haven't had any leads in our search for Oathkeeper, I see no reason to deny him. Let's be off, then. So Tailfeather is a place that we have not been to in the main story quest yet. However, you can just walk there, and I have, and I attuned to the Aetherite. So, okay. Normally this would take, like, a lot longer to get to if I had to walk here again. But hey, preview of the Dravanian Forelands, if you don't know it. Not all of Heavensward is snowy. Well, we already knew that because of the cloud sea of cloud. There's people encouraging underage drinking here. And it's bad. But over here... Sucro? Grimold. Grimold? Sucro. I appreciate you coming all this way, Constaint. I know it must seem a little odd. Frankly, it's been strange from the start. Who sends a missive with provisions when we've got Moogles running about who can do it faster? Not to mention the fact that bandits have been raiding caravans to Tailfeather for weeks. If it weren't for them moving on, this latest shipment would likely never have arrived. Any road. From what I can tell, it was languishing in someone's storeroom for a while. Better late than never, though, eh? It was your friend's wish that you come all this way. Read it for yourself and you'll see. I left you a gift near the 100 Throws. Take it and become the man you were destined to be. Curious fellow, that Suzaku. Any road, if I were you, I'd head north and find whatever it is before someone else does. My thanks, friend. I shall do just that. Let's head towards the Throws and see what we find, Sucro. If that missive is any indication, whatever your friend left behind has been there for weeks. Wouldn't be surprised if a hunter stumbled across it by now. The Five Lands. Yeah. Anything else funny in here? I have the Magitech Sky Armor, which was also a PvP. Sucro with sunglasses on always looks funny when driving or something. Especially when again, her sunglasses like barely peek over the door of this car. That's pretty good. Alright. Also, this car is just generally funny when moving slowly, I think. Especially because, like, the way it has to turn quickly, conflicting with the length of the model. I forgot it makes a noise when you jump with it. Or maybe I didn't realize it, because I don't think I've had this... I don't think I've had this car in a situation where I wasn't able to fly until now, because I didn't think about it. Perfect. Cruisin'. No, the real lowrider is probably a Lalafell trying to drive this car. I think I've heard their feet don't even reach the pedals. Also, that's not even what lowrider means. Also, I associate that song with corgis now because of their short legs, and it's funny to do so. So there's a fun fact for you. Shouldn't be around here somewhere. I think that was a joke my parents started. That low rider being the theme song of corgis. Mysterious box. It'd be funny if there was a landmine inside it and it exploded. It is very good. Is that a soul you found? By the Fury, it is. And look, a pair of gallant pants. I don't know how to say that word, but why? Quizzes. Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose? First the journal, now this missive? There's so much I want to ask, so much I should have asked when he was still alive. Wanders off. Now back to the snow. To the snow we go. Thank you for continuing to post pictures at me, Karma. I've just noticed them during this loading screen. Oh right, I don't have flight. Again, I forget. Okay, this is pretty funny too. Like, this thing is sort of designed for flight, but if you don't have flight, it's just a funny bike. Here we go. I think I posted a picture of Genlins and the Shocked Pikachu on Twitter a while ago. Switch to a high-level class so I can jump off of cliffs. I should probably try Sage again at some point. But I've suddenly become a tank main, which I never expected to happen. To be honest, I never really understood why you accepted me as your pupil. What made you change your mind? What did you see in me? And what would you have me do now that you're gone? So it is true, then. I'm back in the story. Papa-shan could not conceal the truth from me forever. He told me of Zilzagil's claims in your search. I could not believe it. I would not believe it. Yet now... Well, there's a grave, so it's clearly dead. Suddenly... Sucro's soul is shining. And now Genlin's soul is shining. Now let's stare at our souls and make surprised Pikachu faces at them for a while. Now this is happening. Meanwhile, Constaint's soul doesn't do shit. Oh, well, sorry, Genlin, it's time for me to absorb your soul! I guess. Surprise Pikachu face? What sorcery is this? Yeah, good fucking question, dude. And who is this mysterious onlooker? Who could it be? Wow, I wonder, who the fuck is this? So if you weren't thinking that the Heavensward Paladin quests were ridiculous enough yet, this is when they start turning, I would say. He was watching you, boy. You and the soul you bear. Could he have been a minion of Death's Embrace, spying on Silksagil's pupil? Perhaps they hoped Silksagil's quest would end with his death, that none would attempt to reclaim Oathkeeper in his stead. They thought us broken when our brothers betrayed us, when they robbed us of the sword and delivered it into their keeping. But we did not give in to despair, nor will we do so now. Oathkeeper will be ours again, I swear it. I must return to Ul'dah for now. The way our souls resonated was unlike anything I've ever seen before, and I would know what it portends. Pray continue to look after the boy, Sucro. Nod. What do you want from me? Pose! The souls of paladins past grant you favor. You've learned Divine Veil. All according to plan. I'm beginning to think I've been going about this the wrong way, Sucro. I've been trying to determine the whereabouts of Oathkeeper by retracing Silksagil's steps, but honestly, how he came to pursue and die at the hands of Death's Embrace isn't nearly as important as the simple fact that he did. Death's Embrace has the sword. It's the only logical conclusion. So if we find them, we find Oathkeeper. And even if I'm mistaken, we'd be doing the world a favor by bringing them to justice. I wouldn't presume to speak for Silksagil, but I'd like to think he'd agree, don't you? Nod. Yes, well, I suppose if we're going to find them, we'd best start asking around. Though there is one thing which still troubles me. I think I need to speak with 100 Eyes. You. Sorry for the Sucro in pain sound that prompted. Whatever it is, it can wait. I've work to do and no time to do it. A moment of your time, if you please. For you, Constaint? Sure. It's about Silksagil. You never told me, but how exactly did he die? You want me to paint you a bloody picture? He was murdered. I found him and I buried him. That's all you need to know. It's just that the other day, I could have sworn that I... Forgive me, I don't know what I was thinking. Don't let me keep you from your labors. Nod. Turn and leave. Let us resume our hunt for Death's Embrace. I guess we're talking to the same people we talked to before. Maybe Emissaro Emerisum can tell us something of value. Death's Embrace? Those bandits who used to raid caravans bound for Tailfeather? No one's seen either hide nor hair of them recently. Why do you ask? Uldans, eh? Maybe they ran back to warmer climes. Never understood Southrons myself. Queer folk. Saying that word again. Prone to inexplicable and irrational behavior. Like those buffoons who attempted to seize the Protector of all things. Apparently they snuck aboard some of the airships ferrying supplies to Camp Cloudtop. Of course the knights drove them off. Last I heard they fled into the wild screaming, "Thal's balls this!" and "Swiving horsons that!" Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Sucro? Admittedly, we've no reason to believe these men are the ones we seek, but we've been blessed with serendipity before. There's no harm in investigating, at least. We have no reason to believe that this is what we need to do, but we're going to do it anyway because coincidence keeps happening. Paladin Questline of Heavensward. I guess this is also when the questline starts dunking on itself a little bit. So here we are in Cloudtop as well. Also can't fly here yet. The Uldans who tried to seize the Protector? I remember them. Baffling, really. Signed their own death warrants with their ill-conceived attack. You can be sure that House Halianart won't allow them to leave these isles alive. I'm a cat. Death's Embrace, eh? I suppose it's possible they're the bandits you seek. You're welcome to help us hunt them down if you'd like. The boy too, yes? You can join my unit. Given your reputation, I think you'd better suit it to the van. I won't let you down. We gather at the Rose House. Come, let us delay no further. I'll see you there. This is another part that I kind of forgot about, to be honest. The car is funnier. I guess these enemies can still attack me, but whatever. This car feels like it's moving really slowly because of the size and the land speed of mounts in this game. Well, the default land speed of mounts anyways. I'll look after him, Mistress Funk. How exciting! Glad to have you with us, Mistress Funk. Would that we could speak at length, but the Uldans are aware of our plans and have already fled to the east. Remember that these are desperate, dangerous men. Advance with caution and wait for reinforcements if necessary. With me. Beep, beep. Car time. This sounds kind of familiar. Like I've heard it somewhere else. Meow. Meow to you too, Gaelic Cat. Oh no, they've all been owned. Immediately. Forgive me, Mistress Funk, but we can go no further. Yeah. Oh no, it's poison. Oh no, it really is the people we were looking for. Corn cob. Oh, they've right, okay, yeah, corn cob. Sure, that makes sense, I think. I'm not owned. Apparently, I've decided to sprint. Hey look, these people are also owned. We have them trapped. Be careful, Sucro. He's bound to voice into his will. We did what we could, but we simply haven't the strength. Again. Now, and for some reason, the Death's Embrace guy is yelling, "Not here, not like this." I wanted to check if he had a mask, and he did. That was amazing, Sucro! Well fought, Mistress Funk. Their leader was surely the toughest of the lot. Lady Lanayet will be pleased to learn of our success. I shall inform her at once. Lanayet, I don't know. What have you got there? Oh, I found gauntlets at some point, apparently. Gallant gauntlets? Why would a member of Death's Embrace be carrying these? There's no way he could have possibly planned this. It's too elaborate, nay, impossible. But what other explanation could there be? We should return to Falcon's Nest. Okay. So, how are we feeling about the Heavensward Paladin Quest so far, everybody? It's time again to ask that question. Because we're approaching the end of them. I think. Before we cornered the leader, we came across their camp. It was plain to see that they'd fallen on hard times, hence why they resorted to common banditry to survive. But isn't it strange when you think about it? I mean, if they had Oathkeeper, why not simply sell it? Surely someone would have been willing to pay for it. I'm beginning to wonder if Suzaku succeeded in reclaiming the sword, or if Death's Embrace even ever had it at all. By the Fury, what to make of these pieces of armor? Pause to equip Gauntlet. Just as I suspected, it fits perfectly. Whatever remnants of Death's Embrace there may be will stay in hiding for some time, I should think. But should they dare to reveal themselves, we will finish what they started, or what we started, as Suzaku intended. Time to pose! Hooah! Constaint's resolve resonates with the souls of paladins past. You've learned to use a heal spell. If your healer can't keep up, this is for you. Also helpful for soloing. I accidentally marked Constaint's position. This little sword of mine. Constaint looks as though he suffered a tremendous shock. Terrible news, Sucro. 100 Eyes has been gravely wounded. There were wolves and he fought them off as best he could, but by the time the sentries came to his aid, I went to see him earlier, and he turned me away, but he turned me away and bid me fetch you. For the life of me, I cannot imagine why. It's because Sucro's cool. Everybody wants to talk to Sucro all the time, because she's a cool cat. I guess. Oh wait, this is not correct, I think. Or is it? Okay, it is. Yeah, I like that. I will do what I can to ease his suffering. Wolves, swiving wolves. Reckon I've earned it. So, time to settle one last account. Go to Suzaku's grave, dig it up, take what you find, and give it to the boy. Won't make up for what I did to my sworn brothers, but perhaps it'll go away towards redressing the balance. Of course, what we've done to the boy ain't hardly defensible no matter what he says. Please, he needs rest. Mysterious. I have to remember that the car is funnier. I wonder if I can work out how to descend these cliffs safely. Probably not. I wish I could mash this button to hear this sound like a billion times a second. What about if I go over here? Crunch. Not exactly safe, but, you know, closer. Yeah, actually this worked out a lot better. Hey, that worked. I just wanted to try jumping up a cliff to hear the sound a lot. But it worked, actually. Another paladin is here. Let's dig up a grave! I love to do that. Sound of shovel. Several foams beneath the cold hard earth, you find not a coffin, but a small chest containing a gallant surcoat. What have you done? They told me to dig up a grave. So I did. But how can this be? Why would 100 Eyes lie to us? That bastard. I will have answers from him, from them both. Come, we're going back to Falcon's Nest. So, no actual coffin. Mysterious individual sighted earlier. What could it mean? Papa-shan is here. He's gone. Oh, well, rippin' paladins, then. Rest in peace, brother. We're too late. Genlands and I had grown worried that it had come to this. I'm sorry, there was nothing more to be done. God's damn it all! We must have words, Constaint. I go to Landscape. Look for me there. Bye. What was it all for? Good fucking question. Let's find out together. I like that the Fate joined jingle happened at the same moment that the car appeared. Crunch. This fate is called What You See Is What You Get. That's all, I don't have anything to add. So we've got to drive all the way up here. Alright, here we are. Here we are. Yes, indeed. So? Who's ready for this? My comrade wishes to explain himself. Guess what? Suzaku wasn't ever dead. In case you didn't figure it out yet, there it is. Just right in front of you. He's alive, actually. Saying he died off screen was a fake out for some reason. Why the lies, Suzaku? Was this all just some sort of game to you? I had my reasons, as you will soon learn. That's a rather odd way of apologizing, Suzaku. I suggest you try again. I am sorry for deceiving you, Constaint. Faking your death? Constructing an elaborate scenario for me to find your armor? To be honest, I'm as astonished as I am offended. How could you have possibly orchestrated everything so perfectly? Doesn't matter how I did it. What matters is why I did it. Oathkeeper is but a sword, Constaint. Looks directly at the camera. Remember the moral of the story that we completely ignored for like most of this quest and now it's back again? We're going to ignore it again in a second. True oaths are not forged in steel, they're sworn in the heart. To merely reclaim the sword will not suffice. It must be won by a worthy paladin. Only then will it and our order be restored to its former glory. I don't understand. Why not simply teach me the ways as you said you would? A sultan may move a man, a master may instruct his pupil, but only when that pupil moves himself can he become a paladin. That said, I did not account for Sucro's intervention. You solved my paladin puzzle. Yeah, exactly. Master Papashan, as we discussed. Very well. So, remember the soul resonance thing? Here we go again. Souls are shining. Somebody please tell me if anything like this happens for any other job in the game. Sorry, Papashan, it's time for your soul to get consumed by this one, I guess. Whatever the fuck that means. And now, Sucro is also shiny again. But like extra. But also, oh no! It's just completely blank expression. Papashan just, like, dancing with panic. Yeah, I remember that bit of Dragoon. The souls we paladins wield are embodiments of our will. In keeping to our oaths, they grow stronger and more dominant. In the presence of a particularly pure soul, others may be compelled to yield. But when two souls cannot reconcile, when one cannot establish dominance, it can spell disaster. Time to T-pose. That seems awfully inconvenient. Oh, you have no idea. As the discordance between two souls grows, the ether builds and the souls grow unstable. Aye, their souls looked as though they were fit to burst with ether. Wait, you don't mean to say that their souls will be destroyed, do you? By the Fury, how do we stop it? You fight. Your souls demand it. You two cannot coexist as you are. One must rise above. This is Highlander now. There can only be one. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So, this quest doesn't... This quest, huh? Yeah. We are paladins, defenders of the weak and needy. What madness is this that we must face each other in battle? But if there's truly no other way... I will not renounce my oaths. I will become the paladin I was destined to be. And if that means we must fight, then so be it. Nod, I guess. Well, I suppose we must take Suzaku's word for it. I am ready. Yup. This may as well be happening. Come, sister! Nod. Time for the climactic final battle. There can only be one, Sucro. Face me. When I said it was Highlander, I wasn't kidding. Time for the climactic final battle of the Heavensward Paladin Quest. Just kidding. This guy's a fucking chump. I knew it wouldn't be easy. No, I will not yield. Paladin must be without fear in the face of dice. Instantly. I mean, Paladin is like designed to be the off-tank, that was the thing. More or less, or at least that's what it's happened eventually. Am I truly so weak? You may have also noticed that that wasn't the climactic final battle of a job quest music. No, Constaint, nothing could be further from the truth. You fought with honor and purpose. Do not be ashamed. Suzaku. Impressive, truly impressive. Intrigue and deception that would put Lord Lolorito to shame. I'm back here too again. Tell them the truth, Suzaku, the whole truth. Figured it out, have you? Do you still have the soul I left for you at the 100 Throws? What? Oh, yes, here. This soul once belonged to the first captain of the Sultan Sworn, the first paladin who wielded Oathkeeper. Once it shone with a resplendent light, as did Oathkeeper, but now both have lost their luster. Dramatic discarding of cloak. I have the sword, and everything I've done that I've made you all do has been for the sole purpose of making it shine once more. Of course, it's so simple. Wait, no it's not. It's needlessly complicated. Here we look, there it is again. I had the sword the whole time for no fucking reason. What of your soul? The one you gave to Sucro when you first met? I yet have it, Suzaku. Take it and restore Oathkeeper's light with your own. Also, this is the level 60 Paladin armor, and it's like a complete mess design-wise. Once a man has left the Sultan Sworn, he cannot return. My soul will no longer suffice. All I can do is show another the way and ask that she do the same for her brothers and sisters. But she does not yet stand above all others. Not until she has bested me. Draw your sword, Sucro, the time has come. Nod? Yeah, probably something like that. Come, Paladin, show me the metal in your heart and the steel in your blade. Yes, fight and struggle, hold nothing back. I'll go over here now. Oh, you can't stun out of that. Good, good, but it will not be enough. Unbreakable, you say? Not if I have anything to say about it. Yes, yes! I think I skipped some mechanics just now. Because I just obliterated him. Oh well. Sound of sword falling to the ground. Sound of Suzaku falling to the ground. At long last, a paladin who can make it shine again. Oh, my soul is shining also. Everyone's souls are shining. Time for Sucro to absorb more souls, I guess. Behold, Oathkeeper, bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan Sworn, stolen under my watch by the minions of the Monetarists, reclaimed by me off-screen, prior to me faking my death for no reason. For years I sought to reclaim it, to redeem myself for my failure. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. 30 years after I aspired to those ideals, 30 years I tried to live up to the example set by our founder, so revered that his very soul crystal would be set in Oathkeeper's pommel. For those legendary captains of Eld, the sword would shimmer with such brilliance that the night would be as day. Yet for 30 years I wore it, and it shined. Yet for the 30 years I wore it, it shined for me but once. That was before it was taken from me, before I forswore my oaths so I could reclaim it. Sucro, through all your trials and tribulations, you remained true to yourself and Eorzea. You continue to be an inspiration to us all. Also a good screenshot. With the sunglasses especially. But like, even without the sunglasses, this is a blank stare kind of situation. Come, take up Oathkeeper, raise it aloft and let it shine forth as a beacon unto all. Take sword. What the fuck is this? I like this pose. It's just like, what is this? Shiny. All I had to do was like hold it up in the air after beating up a bunch of people. Surprise Pikachu face. Anyway, thanks for the cool sword. You can have it back now. You don't even get the Oathkeeper. You just immediately hand it over. I'm pretty sure that this model of sword does not exist in a usable by the player sense at all in the entire game. They're just like, Sucro, you are the legendary one to take up the blade and make it shine once more, and then you do, and then you give it back to them. What was it all for? Just as Constaint said. You were always my first choice, Sucro. Constaint was incentive, motivation, though in the end he proved himself to be so much more. You're a right bastard, you know that? Doing all this just to make a bloody sword shine? Also a great line. Praise Halone that I found a proper mentor in Sucro. Well, I may not be the chosen one, but I'm still a free paladin. This is the path I've chosen for myself, and on it I will stay. Well said. It would not do for you to be so easily discouraged. Sword tech support. Basically. Genlins, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Genlins has never been proven capable. Yeah, that's also true. You've done it again, Sucro. Oathkeeper may not shine for me as it did for you, but perhaps in time it will. But even should it not, I will not lose heart, for a paladin's virtue is not in the radiance of his blade, but in the righteousness of his actions. They keep reiterating that the sword doesn't fucking matter, and yet for the entirety of both of the quest lines, they keep switching directly from that to, let's go get the sword, it's really important. They just blatantly contradict themselves every other sentence. It's very frustrating as a person who can write. As a person who could be called a writer. And like surrounding that core central problem of the sword that doesn't matter, that we don't care about, that does matter, that we do care about, is all this other nonsense. And the fact that a bunch of stuff is happening without you even being anywhere near it. And then like just there's sudden plot twists at the end. Both times. But by what we decide to do every day, we will be good men, or not. I'll be a cat. Suzaku, Oathkeeper is returned to the Sultan's Sworn. Will you not return to us as well? He already said no. Also, this armor is still ridiculous. As a friend and an ally, perhaps, but not as a brother. Some bonds, once broken, cannot be mended. Nod. I thank you, Sucro, for all you have done. Heh, how strange that we must turn to a free paladin rather than one of our own to show us the way. Nod? Yet I suppose it's not the first time, is it? Sound effects. Yeah. It would seem that some questions weren't meant to be answered, and we must simply deal with it. Again. I'm gesturing at the screen, but you cannot tell. They just say these things. If you still mean to ask how I planned it all, don't. You wouldn't believe me anyway. See, they say words. They just keep saying words. Have some more lettuce poster, I guess. So that's it then? You're leaving? Ul'dah beckons, and besides, I've nothing left to teach you. And I wish you well on your journey, and pray you find happiness there. I'm coming back, you know. There's an awful lot of work to be done in Falcon's Nest. And I did make a promise to Hundred Eyes. Oh, then I shall see you when you return. Okay, bye. I'm also leaving. We should head back too, Sucro. Yep. I know I had been sharing some of this whole plot line, both like on Twitter and just generally sharing it with people, but I really felt that we needed to see the whole thing in stream form to really appreciate it. And by appreciate, I mean probably not appreciate. There's a hippo cart. So that's cool. By appreciate, I don't know what I mean. Just like observe it, document it, show it in full, and not just excerpts, so we can see how the whole thing really comes together, instead of just me picking out certain bits of it. I'm still not quite sure what it was all for, but it seems to have ended well enough. Again, just pointing directly at the screen. I mean that, or yeah, that's also true. Yeah. Just as a whole, even picking out certain bits just can't give you the whole picture of even this, I guess. Or I'm not entirely sure what I'm trying to say at this point, because I've just played through the Paladin quests again. I suppose you ought to get back to your grand adventures and me to my paladining, or whatever it is you call it. Right then, it's been a pleasure, Sucro. Oh, but I warn you, next time we cross blades, I mean to win. Fare thee well. And it literally ends right there. That's the epilogue to the Heavensward Paladin quest. They're just over now. Time to pose. You kept your oaths and established dominance over the other paladins and learned royal authority. This concludes the Paladin Quest for Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have registered a product key for Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood to your service account, and you must have completed the main scenario quest, The Forge of Fate. Once you've done so, the next Paladin Quest will be available from Genlands. And that's it. You have established dominance over the other paladins. And that particular line makes it very funny that I happen to have this adventurer plate portrait set up. This is just imagine Sucro doing this with all the other paladin NPCs in the corner. Cowering. And that's basically what the quest line is at the end. Yeah, exclamation point. This is the one I currently have equipped on the thing. So yeah, there's not even like a go back and talk to Genlands or Silkzaggle or anyone else for a debriefing. You just talk to Constaint for like 2 text boxes more and then he fucks off. And that's it. That's the Paladin quest line. After this, when it gets to the Stormblood one, despite starting with Genlands, it actually goes back to the Gladiator NPCs. So there was an important reason to cover that part as well. So like I said, the Gladiator part, not bad. The Realm Reborn Paladin part, bad. The Heavensward Paladin part, worse. At least that's how I feel about it. While we're still here, I want to show the Paladin PvP actions because I can. Basic combo. It's also a shield bash, which turns the combo into atonement. This is a preview of Paladin moves we'll see later. There's also intervene, which we will also get later, where you can do that. Then there's Confiteor, makes a giant sword. You're supposed to do that first because that puts a buff or a debuff that makes you heal when you hit stuff, I think. There's also Holy Sheltron, which is an upgrade to Sheltron, which we have used. There's also Guardian, which is a cover. Holy Sheltron also explodes in PvP. But the other reason I'm showing this is because once I messed around with the PvP actions enough, that was kind of the point where it's like, oh yeah, it has to be canon for Sucro to be this class because of what the limit break does. Now, the quest line is not canon to Sucro because that quest line is bullshit and bad. So we're gonna be ignoring that part. However, building that limit break. Soon. Eventually. There it is. First it does this, but then also swords from the sky. More from the sky. And a giant one. Now that is the level 90 Paladin combo that you get at the end game of the PvE segment. But also, Sucro is named after... I guess that's also kind of the Demacia thing, except wasn't that just more of like a leaping jump? It's been a while since I've seen League of Legends happen. Anyway, Sucro is named after an ability from Super Mario RPG, and the plot of that game literally starts by a giant sword falling from the sky. So, she has to have the Super Mario RPG plot inciting limit break / late combo. And that's just what Sucro has to do now. But also, Paladin is fun. Yeah, I wish there was a sword that looked like Exor. I really do. Action figures. Oh, right. Yeah, action figures. Took me like 10 seconds for that one. What's the Retainer Squad got for me? Bracelet of Aiming. Moon Pants of Punching. My retainers are just going to the moon casually, constantly now. It's a little concerning. I don't know how they're doing that. A fake window that is long. And also... Lunar Adamantite Ingot. Sure, okay. Ew. John Madden. Football. So, everyone, that certainly was the Paladin Quest line. And it took almost 5.5 hours to get through all the Gladiator and Paladin quests. But I think it was a good plan to just do all of those. Now I'll just use a bunch of abilities at random. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now I think it's time for, after re-experiencing a non-canon series of events that is not very... that doesn't make a lot of sense, I think Sucro needs a nap. Get out of here, Midgard Stormer. I too bury my face inside of my pillow when exhausted by shenanigans. But yeah, this has been the Gladiator and Paladin questlines for 1 through 60. Thank you for watching. If you would like to support me in any way, there are various links arrayed below the stream as usual, but also I appreciate just you being here and hanging out. I would appreciate it also if you would spread the word and all that stuff. I don't know how to advertise or market myself, so you do it for me, I guess. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful evening or day or whatever. I just hope the rest of your year is good, honestly. And that's Paladin. This is going to probably be my main job for a while unless I accidentally get level 90 with it, which I probably won't because I'm working on the relic and that's slower in terms of experience gain. But yeah, next time I play this game, probably resuming the Heavensward storyline. Next time I stream, depending on how I'm feeling, if I'm feeling well enough to do a regular stream, which I guess this one counted as, probably Hamtaro, and then probably Elden Ring. If I'm not feeling well enough, I'll either stream just like working on the relic, or some other less effortful thing, like a Phantasy Star Portable to Infinity, and just let the game do the voice acting for me in Japanese. I've been considering doing that. That's also a fun game. Anyway, enough of my rambling. Thank you all once again for watching. I will see you next time, whenever that happens to be. Good night, everyone.